Good morning. Happy for chilly Monday. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal every morning, every trading day from 0800 until 1500. Live, continuous stream. The purpose of all of that is transparency and accountability. I have a very firm commitment to not take any trade off the stream. Why would I do that? It's my virtual journal. Am I going to keep a secret from myself? You know, it doesn't make sense, right? So, yeah, it's the usual disclaimers. It's not for trading or financial advice because I'm not licensed to do that. I do trade live. And I do trade real time, and I trade all day. So, and this is, hold on. And this is a live funded AMP futures account. So this is real time and real money. Now, I'm not funded in any way, so your likes and subs would be great. Drop something in the chat for sure. That's always nice. All my times that I refer to and that you see on my charts or my monitors here are Central Standard Time. And I stream 1440p, so if your charts, if it doesn't look high def on your side, click the gear icon on YouTube, and there you go. The reason I stream to YouTube is for further or additional layer of transparency and accountability. Also, it enables me to be able to review the stream on any device, which is pretty handy. I have two stand-up desks here in an L, and I stand here since about a little before 6 this morning through the cash close, and usually till around 1900 in the evening. So it's nice to be able to review the stream, you know, on any device. And I also am very fastidious about trying to keep the timestamp chapter markers up to date, because I don't know about you, but I'm certainly not going to listen to 7 hours minimum. The stream is 7 hours minimum every day. I'm not going to listen to 7 hours to get what I want, find out something I wanted to know. So I try to be sure about that chapter marker. I used to have a plug-in which worked great on OBS, but it was broken when they upgraded to OBS 32, and the fellas haven't fixed it yet, or maybe they're never going to, I don't know. So anyway, it's a struggle, but let's get on with it. Here we are. Here's the overnight session so far. Another frickin' gap up. Oh, I'm so tired of gap rules and gaps, but yeah, you know, here we are. This is the micro, because I'm trading the ES micros in this live account to make sure everything's working okay. I had a little issue with IRT week before last. This is the mini, and these are just real simple. Mini ES, mini NASDAQ. Come on down there. There you go. Mini NASDAQ. This is right now the full session, 1700 to 1600. See it right there. And this is the micro composite. These are very simple. This is the E-mini, and this is the market profile, by the way. So they're exactly the same setup. Just one is the micro and one's the E-mini. So there you go. My higher time frame chart here is the full RTH session, and these are daily candlesticks, and wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. In so doing, they generate the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to bookmap. And I've just noticed that the low volume nodes need to be, I need to look into this later, but that's what I was doing while I was a little late this morning, actually. They're not pushing properly, and I know why. I'm using the same VPound variable for something else, which is stupid, but there you go. And the session prices push automatically to bookmap. Again, this is a market profile chart. So here was Friday, and there we are today. And way up here, another, extraordinary gap up. This little white nub right here is where we're trading currently at 68.15.75. And here's where we closed them, right down here at 67.66. So, pretty ridiculous. 40.50 handled. Okay. Now, the next order of business would be our reports, which I kind of got into backwards here. We basically have limited reports today, not much going on at all. The earnings have pretty much wound down, and that's just magical. I don't know why this isn't working very well, but it isn't. I'm on a new wired mouse here. I got a mouse with a tail. So here we are. This is investing.com, which is my oldest news source, and it's free. You can filter it any way you want, time zone, country, reports you're interested in, 2 stars, 3 stars, whatever. And I like the format of it to snap and post places because it's clean and easy to read. The other newer source that I use is Financial Juice. It's got a similar calendar feature over here, except they do add in this random risk stuff that isn't normally a financial or a reporting metric like these Trump things, which are definitely random risk here. And then they have a more of a squawk box feature over here, also free. Yeah, so as far as the overnight goes, well, what are we? We're way in the hell. Here was our close, and here we are now. We are more than 100% long inventory. So what would you expect? I would expect some responsive selling to take profit. I mean, if I was long from anywhere here and clear up here, 50 handles, I would take some profit. So I will be looking for responsive buying, and we will be in gap rules. Okay. Again, these push automatically to bookmap, and that is right over here, bookmap. So here we are. Let's see if I can get it down far enough to see where we closed them. Here was the close on Friday, and we closed right on the high, which is always, I talked about this on Friday, that is always, well, not always. To me, that implies we're going to continue to trade up the minute we open, whenever the ETH session opens, and we did just that. Why is that? Well, the auction was interrupted. We were auctioning up to right here, and boop, ran out of time. So they're going to keep going. They had orders to fill and business to do. That's the theory. This blue line is a top secret, really expensive proprietary indicator. It is called a vertical line. And the why I do that, I just slap this on, Blue Boy here, I refer to it. I slap it on the first print of each session so that I can make sure I have make sure that I have a understanding or a firm understanding of context. What have we done all night? Well, there you go. Pretty obvious, huh? Now, this is the dome, or the market, the ladder, or the price ladder, or the the dome, or the depth of market. It's obviously level 2, and it's every price and the resting liquidity at each one of these. This is the micro composite column stuff, which I manually enter from IRT to here in Bookmap, and these are the high and low volume nodes, which aren't properly displaying the low volume nodes, so I need to fix that. Which I will do at some point. I typically don't do any of this kind of mechanical stuff until after hours, so I'm sorry I missed that this morning. Full session volume profile started plotting last night at 1700. Will continue through 1600 today. This is the Globex or full session, not the ETH. RTH session volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. There's a problem with my Bookmap doing that precisely as I have it configured and the way I've had it for years. So I sometimes have to bitch and moan and then reset it. And this is my notes column, which is really important to me. The first thing I do is determine what the open type will be, and there's only 4. Just making sure I wasn't on mute or something stupid. Okay. And how do you determine that? Well, if we open right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous close? Way down here. So we're higher than the close. And how would it compare to the previous range? Well, the overnight or the previous high is right there. So we will be higher. We are higher out of range. So the open type, which I changed just like this. Notice that we were gapped down on Friday. Jesus, this is crazy, huh? They're all over the board here. And now we're higher out of range. That dictates the open type that I will use for the statistics to enter them right now along their associated prices. Now, here's some of the statistics from Friday. And one of the things we need to do toot sweet is this right here. Boop. There we go. Now we'll enter the new statistics, etc. in a second. And these are the price levels from IRT, which push automatically. Notice there are no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT. There is a POC, point of control, which is nothing more than the price at which, it's just a marker of the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So all this yellow line is doing is just keeping track of where the price has been, where we traded the most contracts. Right now, the most contracts are being traded up here, actually, at 68.14.5. Let's see. 36.34. That's higher than any of these. It was 36.31. This is 36.34. The very second one of these goes 36. Now it's 36.90 because they're still trading it, but just increases it by one contract. This yellow line moves there. Very simple. The VWAP for the RTH and a VWAP for the Globex, that's volume weighted average price, and a mid for the RTH, which will be proper when this resets. Weekends are always kind of weird. Nothing is mysterious or complicated that I do. It's all just data, price data to be exact, and probabilities. Simple. So don't be intimidated. The IB high and low sometimes confuse people. And let's see if we can find one. They're so far below us now. I've got them green, but I'm not even seeing them here. There we go. There's an IB low, and the IB high would be right up above us, right under there. Now, that just is an old market profile term, initial balance. What those really mean or really represent, actually, is the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay. Let's look at the statistics now. Where am I? 15, great. The statistics come from this study in IRT. Sure, why not? I changed some of my retention to try to smooth things out and make it a little more responsive here. This is the MES, and this is the statistics study. There's where we opened Friday. This was our column, our opening type, and you notice that IRT conveniently highlights the the session, the correct open type. Today it's going to go over here. It hasn't done that yet because obviously it can't do that until 8:30. So we're going to open higher out of range. How does this work? The study looks back at 1,615 days. Of these days, we opened higher out of range 409 of them. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 77.3%. Overnight volume point of control 77.3. Whoop, what happened here? And that is as difficult as it gets right there. Now, we just mosey down the list. Overnight high, 75.3. And that's, you know, that's right up here, right? Because that's the high. So, 77, oh, is that right? Yeah, 0.3. 0.3. Okay. Overnight mid is 66.3. And that should be right around here, but hard to see. Oh, yeah, here we go. Right there. God damn, this new mouse doesn't seem to be. Maybe it's my fingers or something. I don't know. It's a new Logitech, you know, some kind of shit. It's a wired mouse. I was having issues. I felt like I was having issues with my wireless that I've used for years. But we'll see. Previous high is 66.0, and we know that that's right down here. And, well, IB high, IB low, previous close we already got. 66.3 is the IB high. Where did that go? Remember? Remember what the IB high and low are, and it's living right under the open here. There you are. So it's 66.3. God damn. This mouse, I'm not sure I like it. Is that what it is? IB high 66, no, 63.6. Okay, and now we're going to go IB high. Why do I do that? Because the minute we open this level, the flag is going to move to wherever, the high of wherever we open, because it just marks the high and low of the first 1 hour, right? Simple. Previous close, we've got overnight low 36.4. That should be right up here, I think. Yeah. 36.4. Okay. And that brings me to a snap I do every day, which is called the TLab snap, or something I do every day, I should say. And that is what? Well, it looks like every day there's 2 posts I do in the TLab, and if you're curious what the TLab is, as soon as I'm not trying to multitask, I'll tell you. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And and every day at 8:20 or thereabouts, I post this snap to give all the folks in there every level they might think about, right? Needing. And about 6 I do that at 8:20, and then about 6 in the morning, I post the numbers and stuff. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And I believe, he's a good guy. Nothing is ever for sale there. You're never solicited for anything. Tom says that he's a professional trader and started trading about 46 years ago. And I have no reason not to believe him. He doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. And you're never going to see a copy of his accounts, those things that most people require, think are important to verify if someone trades live or not. So up to you. But it's a good crew of people. I think Tom has a lot of good things to say. And every day I spent time in there. I'm not very active at all in there anymore because I'm busy doing this. And this was actually a suggestion of Tom's. He's big about vet your trades, only trade vetted trades, and narrate the market. Well, I can't narrate the market and be busy jibber-jabbering in a chat room. So I do this, basically at his suggestion. But every day at 8, at those 2 snaps, I always give him a shout out. So there you go. I've done that again today. Now, something that you might consider important to be able to do would be trade. How do you trade with Bookmap? You just start clicking? Nope. You got to activate the trade control panel with this padlock button. And then you select a way that you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is this active data column. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the DOM columns, and both is, as you might imagine, both columns. I then need to activate the multi-brackets because that's what I use. This is where the risk-neutral methodology is applied automatically when I enter a trade. The smallest risk-neutral package you can have is a 2-lot. Because it needs to be an even number. There it is, a 2-lot. Then you need to decide a stop loss for the entire package. In other words, your stop. And the first thing, this needs to be thought about and considered and decided long before the live trading session starts, okay? Should do this in your homework period. Because you need to take into consideration the volatility of the market, the volatility of this instrument. Most importantly, and the first consideration is the risk tolerance for your account, right? And all those things. Once you've got this established, the size and the stop, the first profit target, or T1, is a given because it's for half of the package. Remember I said you need to be even? And it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then you have a runner with a balance. You can have 4 ticks, four contracts, same idea. You can have 4 contracts, high volatility, however you do your vetting, your back testing, and identify that a trade has expectancy or not. And then you close that, and now, if you notice, there's all these metrics, the same as here. I don't need any of the tools in the trade control panel because I use multi-brackets, so I confirm the package size. I can click this button again. I get the real estate back. I have all my metrics here. I get a cancel and a close all button, and now we're ready to rock. I'll be right back. It's about 8C now. It was down to 5 or something when I woke up, which is about, now it's 45 for all you effers out there. Okay, where are we now? Boop, boop, boop. What have we done? Well, we've got our, most importantly, we have our trade control panel and our ability to trade on IRT, on Bookmap set up. We've got IRT thinking right. Okay. Another gap up. Ridiculous. So you'll see here that I set the gap low. I use, this is purely up to you. I use the close or the previous, the previous high of the previous session, which is right under the close there. There you go. They happen to be right on top of each other. I use the close, and I will use today's open, wherever that is. That delineates the gap for me. You can do anything your heart desires, and some people do, the close to the open, the close to the low, the high to the low, the value area to the low, settlement to whatever. You can do any little thing that makes your heart make sense to you. I function pretty definitely on the KISS principle here. As I said in the pre-market, I don't do anything that's not absolutely clean, clear, straightforward, not mysterious, not magical. You don't need to wear a pointy wizard hat or have a magic wand or any of that stuff. You do need to be disciplined, follow your rules, which you have decided long before now when we're getting ready to open in another 1 minute, which incidentally, let's watch that. Bookmap has been having some issues, so I'm going to maybe take a snap here. We're going to open in about 30 seconds. At 8:30, this should reset and then start plotting. Now, I'm hopeful that it will. And this is on the most current production platform. And there's 8:30 and nothing happened. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a screen snap here like this. This is strictly for Bookmap's point of view. There we go. They also want a log file, but I figure, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Now, double click reset. That isn't quite right because actually it should be over here, right? Now we opened pretty much right on the overnight volume point of control. So you can imagine that they're going to keep running this thing up and getting all excited. Remember that the low volume nodes are not being reflected here actively. I just was looking at that before we opened, and I'm not going to be doing any homework stuff during the trading session. This is a live account. My money. Honey. And these crackheads are keep going as fast and far as they can, I guess. Now, if I reset this, it should do something correctly here. Let's see if it does. Let's see if I clear resets. Well, I don't think that's exactly right, but as soon as we get the IB high and low pushed up here, now the next thing I need to do first thing in the morning when we open is change the charting to RTH session only. I do that now. Here we go. Here's yesterday or Friday's RTH. Here's our ETH. Is the gap not clear enough for you? And the reason I do this is to keep the session levels straight. And I'll explain that in a minute. I push freely, share these session prices with a lot of people in the TLab and Statistic and wherever else. From the open on Sunday evening through the close on Friday. I hate it when it does that. Now it's not responding, right? Because it's got a lag over here and this piece of shit doesn't want to switch. This is really disappointing to me. And I've got more computer power going on here than you can shake a stick at. There should be absolutely no reason this thing is lagging or not computing or doing whatever, other than to just piss me off. Or irritate me, I should say. I should be family friendly here. Okay, so there's our gap up. Here's RTH, and here's down here where we were. Isn't it cute? So the reason that I changed these two, as I said, to the RTH session only is so the relationship of the session, or the session prices, which push automatically to Bookmap, are accurate. In other words, you see, here's the IB low. This should be down here, right? Not up here. And that's really, really irritating to me. Not working. So let's try this. Let's see what else how else I can break myself. This is how it worked for years, and it worked great. I've tried session start, and that doesn't seem to be too handy. But we'll try it. Now the high is correct. The low is not. Irritating, huh? What I was saying was that I push those session prices, share them with a lot of people. And it's understood by all of us that the developing value area high or low represent the current auction. The value area high and low, which are clear off the bottom of the screen because of the gap, represent and there's the open. That represents the previous auction. Well, the minute we open from an ETH to an RTH, during the ETH session, the previous auction is the last RTH session, correctly, as people expect. The minute we open, it changes to the RTH session, the ETH session, so people don't expect that. That's why I changed my charting to RTH only. Therefore, those remain aligned. I know that's probably way too crazy. What the hell was I going to do here now? Yes. Gap high. This is how I do this stuff. Boop, 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 boop. The date's encoded there. It's a gap high. This should align with the open, which is right there. Isn't that cute? Okay. Now I'm not flagging the migrating VPOCs here yet, because I'm still pissed about the the volume. I mean the volume profile. This should be coming down here, and this should be where it is. So let's give it a minute to stop thinking. IRT is also choking. There's a lot of volume coming through, apparently. That used to have an effect. It doesn't do anything now, and I don't know why. Oh well. After a little while, they'll all catch up. What can I tell you? What can I tell you? You know, you spend a lot of money for this crap, and I expect it to work. You know? It's like IRT with these lags and stuff. Now, granted, there's a lot of volume coming through, and there's a lot of calculating going on for all these charts. But this computer, which I build my trading computers myself, and this thing is an i9 12900K with, you know, which is, I believe, 12 core, 12 core, 24 threads. I think it's a new i, was the new i and most capable CPU at the time, 3 years ago or whatever when I built it. It's got 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM. Yeah, it's just irritating. No other programs. You notice that I share my entire monitor, not just the application. So anybody can see the programs that I have open or am using at the bottom. Can also see my clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the date, which ties back to both Bookmap and IRT. Accountability, remember? Okay. Wow, this is just freaking annoying. But I'll take a screen snap and a log thing and whatever else and send it to these boys and girls that I Bookmap. I put a ticket in last week, and then I finally got a response back from them. I don't know, at some point. Send us the log file, which is the usual deal. I also have a funny, kind of a strange. I also have kind of a strange situation. IRT, I don't know whether you know this or not, but IRT doesn't keep any of their charts or anything in a container. They're all floating windows. And I don't like that, frankly. But they recommend definitely doing it, so here I am doing it. Okay, gap rules, huh? I've kind of glazed right over that one. Gap rules are as follows. First of all, it's old market profile stuff, so, take that for what it's worth. If we close the gap relatively early in a trading session, and if price is accepted within the previous range, or even more importantly, value, we have a very high probability to trade across the previous value area. if it's rejected out, obviously, what's common sense? It's going to trade in the direction of the gap. Now, today, we've had nothing but a gap and go. We haven't done any responsive buying, so much for my, fortune telling here in the pre-market, and that's exactly why you don't do it. That's why you trade what you see, not what you think. And, yeah. Okay. So there's 8:30, huh? Right there. There's our open. Now there is the open. So now we're going to put that top secret proprietary, really expensive indicator here. Come on, Blue Boy. There you go. Okay, Blue Boy's on station. So now we can't screw up, huh? There cannot be any question as to what the context is going forward in this session. Remember that the IB low just marks the, now it caught up. You see that? The IB low marks the volume, the low of the first 1 hour of trade. The IB high marks the high of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. Nothing more complicated than that. Nothing is mysterious or magical. It's data, common sense, probabilities. And it's just my way. It's not my way or the highway, This is how, remember, this is my virtual trading journal. So this is what I'm doing and how I'm approaching the market. If you are consistently profitable, whatever, having your baby come in and point at the damn screen or whatever it is, and you're consistently profitable, whatever you do, don't stop. But I would caution you to be sure you're consistently profitable over a statistically significant data set outside the possibility of random distribution. That's really important, And you need to recognize that this is a random market. There's the input of, thousands of people are making they're putting their money behind their opinion. And their opinions could all be for whatever reason. So the market is random, and the outcome of the next trade is 50-50 because it's binary. It can only go up, it can only go down. There you go. It's the fool's game to try to predict where it's going or, say things like, I know we're going there. Maybe you can anticipate where you're going and only trade setups which you have vetted. And I'll talk about all that sometime, maybe if you're good. Welcome to the stream. Smack a thumbs up or a like. That's all I'm in this for, as far as the stream goes. It's my virtual journal. I'm a long way from a professional influencer, and I am certainly not a rearview mirror trader or a bullshitter, so BSer or whatever you should say or something. Okay, now where am I? What have I forgotten to do? One thing about, this is pretty important, I think. Doing this thing up, live is painful for me, in case you haven't figured that out. One thing about risk, okay, as I said early in the pre-market, The prime objective or mission or directive or job of a trader, any trader, is to protect, manage your risk, and protect your account. And then, the goal is to grow your account by compounding with the law of large numbers. So that's the reason it's important to only use statistically significant data set to determine, your probabilities, not something within random distribution. And another, so let's stick with what I was thinking about. It's real important then to, let me go over here. Okay. Managing your risk. The first thing that any project manager or anybody does to manage risk is to identify potential risk to your account. And if you can't identify, there's some risk out there that could be significant, but you have no idea about it. That's the most dangerous thing there is. We are living in that environment now. This is absolutely not political. This is a fact. Okay? We know this is coming up. This report was scheduled months ago, years ago. It's not an important one here, but let's see what's going on this week. See if we see any. Okay, here's a whole bunch of 3 sources. Now these are CPI and all these. Whether we get these reports because of the government closure or not, or the non-farm payroll, who knows at this point. Unique situation, but we know that these are scheduled. They're high importance. They're scheduled at 7:30 in the morning on this day and have been for years. We know that non-farm payroll comes out the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, and it is the highest potential risk. That we know. We can plan on that. We can mitigate for that. Nothing, no surprise. These things, anytime these guys, Trump and company, get in front of a mic or something, we have a potential of huge risk. And if you don't want to believe that, this 229-point sell-off right there, 227.75 sell-off, because this is the minis, not the micros, was a result of completely out of the blue tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Friday. No substantiating data, no substantiating evidence. And turned out nothing ever happened. Turned out what the tweet was about hadn't happened. And the resulting, we're going to, increase the tariffs on China at 300% or whatever the hell it was he tweeted. This happened. Nothing came of it. But if you were long and you didn't have your stops in, you hadn't properly set yourself up for trade management and risk management, you got clobbered. Perhaps lost your account. So that's what I mean by random risk or unidentified risk. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Not political whatsoever. It's a fact. So that's a fact, Jack. Let's look at it, get back to the micros here where I belong. Now, here is the micro composite. There's Friday. Here we are today. As Tom says, the market goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down. You know what I mean? And that's a function of the fact that futures are a zero-sum game, which we can talk about later, but, manage your risk. I don't know how else to put it. Well, it's just irritating that it's doing that. Still got these lags going on over here. 356,000 contracts since 1700 last night. That's a lot. Let's look at our volume here. Look at this stupid shit. I hate this. I don't know what this is all about, and I don't like it. So there's the full session. Let's do this. I don't know what I was thinking about. And here's the ATRs, 3.5 in a 1 minute candle. These stupid, see how this recalculates so much stuff with this pointers, this crosshairs? And if you get rid of them, it helps. Now, there we go. I don't believe that for a minute, that we're only 65% of volume at this time of day, but it might be true. And that is kind of symptomatic. I mean, real volatile, jumping around, gap up, gap down, all that kind of stuff can be reflective of lighter volume. Looks to me like we have more, but maybe I'm just crazy. Anyway, because it's a lot easier for market participants, higher time frame in particular, to shove the market around when there's low volume, right? If the resting liquidity is relatively light, for example, just look at this right now. This is the resting liquidity, right? These are the orders in the book. So there's 2, 4, 6, there's 8, 9. Let's say there's 1,000 contracts between 68.20 and 68.26. So if some aggressive seller crosses the market and smacks his trade on there for 1,200 contracts, they're going to clean out 5 levels of price. That's why we trade typically a more liquid product. That's why the NASDAQ jumps around, as they refer to it as the snake. Because it can have so much volatility because it's so illiquid. That's why the ES is much more observant. It doesn't slide past levels. It's why so many people trade it. More liquid. That's why the bonds move, a couple of ticks, because they are so liquid. That is the most liquid market, and probably one of the most important markets for our economy and stocks and futures and everything else is the bond market. It's a $1 trillion market. That's why it is so important that we as a country and this administration, stop acting like children and doing things that are not, shall we say, prudent and correct, I guess, because we're screwing with the dollar as a reserve currency. Our debt is not held by us. It's held by China and Japan, and it comes through. We pay our debt. We increase our debt by selling bonds. So, and notes, it's pretty important. What else is going on now? Nothing. 55 minutes. No reports out. I think that Waste report is at 11. We do have a unidentified potential risk at 10, with Agent Orange taking the stand there. Richard came up with that one in the chat here. I thought it was pretty funny. All right. Well, it's funny how, I mean, it's not funny and I'm tired of talking about it, I guess, but I'm astounded at how much I used that chapter marker thing, how handy it was. I got to see if I can find another one because I'm a little suspicious this fella's not gonna follow through and ever fix it. Maybe he has tried and can't. I don't know. Pretty disappointing though. It's disappointing to the degree that I have considered if I could roll back OBS to the version where it worked. You know, I don't care if I have all the latest bells and bullshit over there. That's not I don't do all the stuff that streamers do. I mean, it's just, this is the only stream that I do. So I don't think it's any, it was working fine before I mistakenly clicked the update. So here we go. What have we done now? Well, we're migrating higher, right? Haven't been flagging these. But I can. What I used to do always was use these VPOC migration flags because I previously kept a 5-minute bar down here, which we have coincidentally now. You can imagine that as the day progresses, though, if you've just got a 5-minute time frame, there's all the movement of this yellow line, which is just a marker of the VPOC, is going to scroll off the left of the screen. So pretty soon all I'll see is this line at the current price that I wouldn't know where any of the other ones were. So I used to keep track of that with this flag right here. What else we got happening up here? Naked volume points of control. Okay, we've got one above us at 52, 82, 939, and then below us till the cows come home. Okay, so I am not, obviously, I hope it's obvious, I'm not anticipating trading or interacting with the market in any way until my vetted setups become active and, potential. And they are the initial balance trades. And you know already from the conversation here earlier that the initial balance is not a thing until 9:30. So right now it's 9 o'clock. We got another 30 minutes to wait before the initial balance statistic is active, is really a thing. And only after then will my signals and potential trades set up based on my statistical backtesting and vetting. So how does that all work? Well, this is my trigger chart. And it's just a big version of the chart I used for backtesting. So, you know, it's nothing to, that's what it is. These levels, this is the IB high, this is the IB low. They're in there by the session. Same as they're over here. IB high, well, come on, IB low. These levels, the continuation zone or the pullback zone or the trigger zone, don't connect with the trading system in any way, but they accurately represent those levels from the trading system. And so do the session markers. There's a couple of trigger sessions there, or trigger markers there. And there's, you know, the similar setup for the IB high as the IB low. There's only two trades that can come from the initial balance, and they apply to the IB high or the IB low. And the trades are very simple. Price trades up to the IB low high, pulls back to the pullback zone, trades into the trigger zone, and fails, comes back down towards the mean. It's a mean reversion trade named after and dependent upon the initial balance. Simple. The other one is, as you might imagine, a continuation where the price keeps going. They can be suggested by the session. That's why I always want to keep a firm grip on, a firm understanding, and, you know, what is the context of our session today. Now, these are 1 point prices here, right? So we're at about what are we, 35, 15? We're at about a 15 handle range so far today in this RTH session. Oh, I don't want to do that. What the hell is going on? Why would it do that? Huh. Anyway, so here we have Friday, and here we have today. And you may ask, so where are all these lines and levels? Well, they are not plotting yet because it's not 9:30. After 9:30, I will be looking for signals A, B, and trigger. And I will take that trade in Bookmap. As I said before, this doesn't touch Bookmap, right? I mean, this doesn't trade automatically. This trades based on where we are today. And here we are. You see the big gap. The gap close would be way below us. But we're not exactly ripping them up here. We did have a drive for sure, 15 handles. And I know that because it's 68.13 and it's 68.35. Well, it's about 15 handles, isn't it? 18 or something like that. So let's see. Let's see how the day progresses. When I have the proper signals over here, boy, this is not working nearly as good as it's supposed to. I don't know whether it's a mouse or can't be the mouse. The damn thing is wired. It's the reason I switched to a mouse with a tail. We're still getting lags over here in IRT, which is just annoying as hell. I'm on a, 25, there's no 10 gig here where I live, but I'm on a 2 gig fiber optic direct connection, AT&T. I don't know. I don't know. Which reminds me, I got to make sure those idiots. I had this AT&T fiber optic and auto pay or, whatever, set up for a couple, 3 years here. early in first of the month or middle of the last month or something, we switched our phones, upgraded our phones and switched from Verizon on the phones to AT&T. Now everybody seems to have a big confusion as to what's getting paid and what's account is where, and it's a nightmare. I'm so sorry I did it. To save a little money, because if you believe the sales pitch, it was considerable savings having both internet and wireless in one setup, right? So here you go. Here we go. So welcome to the stream. Smack a thumbs up, subscribe. That's about, all I'm in it for is the likes and subs. So, and most importantly, drop something in the chat. Good morning or whatever. Piss up a rope, whatever it is. Make sure that the chat is doing what it's. Oh, quick. Hardly any delay. That was just basically appeared in. I monitor the stream on one of the upper monitors here, which is driven by another different computer. That was quick. Quick. Just a word about where these signals will come from, and hey man, what's going on? Okay. Hey buddy. Well, Mr. Sleepy Boy here, and it's cold, so my big cat has decided he's going to come zooming in here and get on the little shelf right above my servers where it's toasty warm. And I'm trying to, stall out a little bit here and let this, so the timestamps fall into line. I think I mentioned this, but the timestamp's really important because the stream is a minimum of 7 hours long. Who in the hell is I can promise you I'm not going to listen to the thing for 7 hours every day. I'm going to go in and look at the stuff I'm interested in looking at and that I need to, review or whatever. So basically, the way these signals come from, where these signals come from is my back testing, which is very definitely what you need to do during your homework period away from the live market. And this, you'll notice, is exactly the same chart with a few more options at the top. And this is the trading system, which is the back testing system I use for the initial balance trades. This is where the signals and the levels come from that are properly identified over here, on this chart. So this is mechanical and not in any way. I'm trying to eliminate discretion at this point. And certainly when you backtest, it's all, you have the reason that you have to code the rules so specifically is to achieve what your intention was, because when you run the backtest, it is 100% the computer. There's no discretion involved. Bam. and it takes a second or two. It takes 5 seconds to backtest 500 days. The setup is right there, 500 days, the ES, 2 lots, blah, 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 blah. Oh, that reminds me, I got to make sure how I have this set. And I've got a lot of what if stuff going on over here. So you see I've got the stops, the targets, the trailing stop. I've been doing a lot of goofing around here. I want to get it back to the typical straight up risk neutral scale that I normally do. Risk neutral trade. Because I don't want it doing some weirdness when I backtest, right? At this point. This is what happens when you're actually backtesting, when you're doing your homework. And I've got it set up using VPound variables. So there you go. Anyway, so these are the rules. And now with any backtest, I guess, I don't know, at least with IRT, you have to set up a full set of rules for IB for both short and long. And in my case, since I'm looking at the IB high continuation or failure and the IB low continuation or failure in this backtesting system, I have to have a rule for every one of those and an entry type and all that stuff. So that's how it works. That's how you get the vetting. And I did a bunch of these over the weekend. Weekend. What are we in? Okay. Now we're going to get back to. Let me see something here. Make sure about something. Okay, I don't have the system on. I got to modify this rule. Boy, it's just lagging like crazy and it's irritating the living crap out of me. Now we can watch for the rules. How do you know where they came from? And they are 100% not discretionary. Now, in this real live trading today, it could be discretionary because I watch the rules on this chart and then I take the trade over here. So I could say, I'm not going to do that, but I'm trying to be as mechanical. If I have a rule over here, I do it on this side. That's the reason I'm in micros, to make sure everything's happening correctly. And yeah, I mean, if everything works correctly, yeah, you could. I could. I suppose somebody thought of this. Why don't you just have the system trade for you? And it could very, very definitely do that. All that functionality is there. If I think that system is right, I can click a button and it's going to shoot trades automatically through Rhythmic. This data is Rhythmic, which is driving both IRT and Bookmap, connected to my live AMP Futures account, funded AMP Futures account. Live market, baby. Oh, man. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how it goes. And I don't want to take any trade, which I have not vetted and identified in advance has a positive expectancy and profit factor and risk to reward ratio. Where am I going So remember now, nothing going on here. No 1 hour. It's only 9:16. There's 14 more, 14 more minutes before the initial balance is set, meaning that there is no signal. Nothing to see here, folks. Move along. And that's why you don't see anything plotting over here. And we're no lags at this point, so that's a good thing. And let's watch what happens. Ooh, I see a problem right here, though. Do you notice what's wrong? See how this progress bar is gray? With IRT, if that is gray, this is not updating. Because you wanted to look at something. So you make sure you go all the way to the right, turns white. Oh, there's today's trade. Now it's going to update. Just a little. I wish I could just eliminate that and have it always be updating, or always jump back to updating, or you know what I mean, whatever I'm trying to say. Now again, gray. Boy, this thing is having a hard time doing the calculations, and I don't know why. But I'm guarantee it's annoying. Is it not responding or what? Piece of crap. Another thing that can happen, look at this jerky shit. I don't know what that's about, but boy, I don't like it. Don't like it much. And I don't know what to do about it. Maybe it's got something to do with my internet today. That's always a possibility, right? And there's volume popping through there. And I wish I'd stop hitting the mic boom with my water bottle lid, so I'm sorry. Okay, where are we now? We're on IRT, okay. Got 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes until the initial balance statistic is active. In other words, the initial balance will be set at 9:30. The IB high will cease to move up. The IB low will cease to move down with price. You see that the IB low is right on the open, and here we are. Boom, boom, boom. There you go. And I really don't like that. I don't know whether it's a function that's, how could it possibly be the mouse? Why is that not doing anything? That sucks, the big one. Now all of a sudden it's going to jump all over the place. God damn. That's what I was trying to avoid with this getting the wired mouse. I thought it was a function of my old mice, which I've used for years, of course. My wireless MX Masters or something, Logitech. This is a Logitech Hero, some 502X Hero or something like that, a wired one that I'm using now. Yeah. Oh boy, 9 minutes. Do I need to do anything? Let's see here. Probably, but I don't know what. I want all of this stuff working properly and start before I move to the minis. I'm not liking what's going on over here very much. No problems with the lag, you know, any of the mousy stuff on the on Bookmap. And I don't know. I stripped out a bunch of instruments and a bunch of crap on an IRT. Hmm. I think I'll go water up here, get all my jugs full and whatnot. Ahead of this IB. Yay, IB. Okay, so now the initial balance statistic is active. And let me point out a really important thing to remember, or a warning, shall I say, based on my experience. Do not trade towards the statistic. In other words, here's the IB high. That's the statistic now because it's past 9:30. Here's the IB low. Get all excited because we're above the POC, we're above the mid, we're above the VWAP, we're above. We're going to take the IB high. And you trade towards that, and you get spanked. Just, right here was 9:30, right? Right there was 9:30. So you get all excited. You're going to get up here, and now you're going to get stopped out. Just my experience. Do whatever you want to do. But, and technically, of course, there is no statistic until 9:30. So now there is. Now everything's fine. And if we jump back over here to micro boy, oh, look. Here come our levels. Continuation, pullback, continuation. Also, it's maybe interesting to point out that these continuation and pullback zones push to bookmap. I've set them up to push to bookmap. So here's a continuation and here's a pullback. And again, absolutely nothing mechanical about any of this. It's just for me to watch. These levels and lines have nothing to do with the trading as far as automatically doing anything. So this is just a heads up for me to try to figure out what the hell I'm doing. If I'm looking at bookmap, I now have these levels over here. I can see the IB. That's pretty easy. I can see the continuation. I can see the the pullbacks. I don't have to be watching this guy. Now, here's something to point out. Notice these flags or these session signal markers. I am not going to bother trying to figure out how to code them so that they're hidden until they fire in sequence. In the trading system, they absolutely only fire in sequence. And they will not fire again until, if you enter a trade, they will not fire again until the position's flat once again. So, but I know this is a chart for me to confirm stuff is happening when and where I think it should or expect it to. I know that there needs to be an A before there's a B, and then there's a trigger before there needs to be an A and a B before there's a trigger to take a trade. So bear that in mind. And here we are. This is my, I should say, this is trading as a business the way I approach it. Statistical, probabilities, only take vetted trades. Discipline isn't a problem for me. If I don't have a signal all day, I don't take a trade. Last week, I didn't have a signal on Monday or Tuesday. Didn't take a trade. I think Wednesday and Thursday, Yes, maybe Friday too. Don't remember. But yeah. And I don't, as I hope I mentioned earlier, I don't apply. Hey, Richard, what's up, dude? IB is ticked over. We're in a freaking gap up again. And, you know, I'm so sick of gap rules, I don't know what to do with myself. So here's the trigger chart. Here's the rules we're looking for. And here we are on the IB. Now, I mean, bookmap. And let's get Blue Boy back on duty, that sneaky devil. 1 point high on the price ladder, meaning that each one of these, there's 4 ticks within each one of these points. And I have Blue Boy on duty over here. So here we go. I will take the trade mechanically as it shows up. Oh, one of the things I was going to say about this is, obviously, when the backtest or the computer runs the system, the way the backtest engine works is as follows. I see something open back there that I don't want to have open, I don't think. What is there? What is back there? Aha. Oh, this is an example of the backtesting. This is one of the backtest reports. 500 days, 774 trades, 540 winners, 233 losers. Largest loser was $300. That's correct. This is not really correct. Should be 750, but okay, because if you're fixing expectancy, you only use average winner and average loser. This is not the initial balance. This is not my risk neutral scale to lot as I have it. This was experimenting with 36 points and trailing stop and a bunch of stuff like that. Another thing that you can do, and while these are open, I guess, you can see each and every trade and this trade, the entry type, what the exits were, etc. So, okay, now we got that back to normal. What I was going to say was, when the system is doing the back testing, it takes each and every, God, I hate that damn toolbar. It takes each and every rule with no discretion. And the way the system works is it goes back however many days you're going to backtest. This is a 1 minute system. I have it set to 1 minute. So it will evaluate each one of these rules across each 1 minute bar. And on the 500-day look back, it's 220 some thousand bars. It takes 5 seconds. Think about how long that would take you if you tried to do it manually, or at least it would take me. I don't want to think about it. You see what I'm saying about don't trade to the statistic? Oh, God damn, we're going to get there. We're going to come out. We're going to take that behind. Uh-oh. Oh. I'll never forget once in the TLab, we did one of these numbers, and somebody was going on about how we're going to, the statistics. I said, now watch us take the other side. I think in that case it was, we were trading around the IB low, and I said, now watch us take the IB high. And sure as hell that happened in about 5 minutes later. And some guy was mystified as to how I knew about that. And I said, I absolutely didn't. It's a 50-50. It's a random market, and it's 50-50. I had a 50% chance of being right, a 50% chance of being wrong. You know, however, I have noticed that trading, as I said, trading to the statistic, we have not taken a statistic yet, so I don't have a signal yet. And I'm sure as hell not going to go to it, all right? That's important. Now, something about the initial balance trades. Let's look at this. Statistics, all right? There is, first of all, we can see how friendly, how nice IRT is by highlighting the correct open type. So we were correct, higher out of range. One other thing I'll point out here, you notice how the text on most of these is black or gray, but there's a couple, 3 that are blue. Each, as we progressively go through the session and price revisits these levels, it changes them to blue. In other words, this overnight high has been revisited, so it's now blue. Okay, what I was going to say here is that the initial balance high is in, and notice it has not been taken out yet. There is a greater than 97.6% probability in all 4 open types here that the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. That's the IB statistic. And then on top of that, I've put together the trading system and the rules. Boy, I don't like this delay stuff. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know whether to shut IRT off and redo it or run the database manager. I don't know what to do. I'm not trading with IRT, as I said. I don't even have it on the live account. I have it on the internal SIM account to be damn sure it doesn't start doing stuff on its own. The problem with that, and kind of an inconvenience, is I used to like having reference lines at the order numbers, fill, target, whatever, and then I could include those screen snaps in my journal. And obviously, if I wanted to come to a point with IRT where I actually traded the system, I have to have the account. And the way you switch accounts is right there. Boom, that's simulated internal. That would be the account number. That's encoded, but anyway, that's how it works. Once again, it is, pretty complicated in the background. A lot of this stuff, I'm sure I don't even have a firm grasp on it, but I try to keep this as methodical and as simple, KISS, baby. I'm an old cowboy from Montana. You got to remember that. Some of these fancy city slickers, they're trading faster than I can think. And that's perfectly great. Furs and those guys in the TLab, they've probably taken 50 trades by now. And I hope they're making money. This is, as I said before, just the way I am approaching the market. This is my trading journal. Let me point this out too, which is probably, worth saying, and maybe hadn't considered it. The only way I get what I'm thinking captured in the stream is by my narration. I see what I'm looking at on my screens. The video captures that, and my narration provides insight as to what I was thinking. So I'm talking to myself here the majority of the time because this is my journal, and I do this because I don't multitask that well, and I don't want to, dilute my focus. Everything that I want to know about trading, all the data is right here on the hard right edge. I can stay focused on the market. I can zoom in or zoom out. I want to keep the full session in view. If we start approaching a point where I anticipate interacting with the market, in other words, trading, I can zoom in as tight as I want. This is how I'm going to stay until then. Now, on the trading signals, on the trading system, there's three, as I said, there's three signals. There's an A, B, and a trigger. And I've only got a couple of these B's living around over here, and that's meaningless, right? So there you go. That's the way. I like it. KC and the Sunshine Band. How many people remember that? I actually know that guy. South Florida, down in Miami. I had a lot of some time down there. Okay. Let's get on some Mookie, shall we? Turn on some music here. Hopefully this isn't working okay. Remember 10 o'clock is Agent Orange has a oh, and 9 o'clock we had Johnson. See, that's a new one we didn't know about. This was one that wasn't on the docket as recently as 8:30. Certainly was not at the Open. And then, so he had his little something to say. Didn't amount to much from the looks of it. This is dangerous right here. And then 12 o'clock again, 1400, we got this one. So one of the nice parts about Financial Juice is they do update this kind of stuff through the day. Investing.com is, whoops, we don't went yesterday. Oh, yesterday. We don't, investing.com only forecasts financial reports and stuff that have been scheduled, not, random risk. That's why I find using two of these together. Boy, we were clear over here in extreme greed a couple weeks ago, and now we're falling out the bottom of fear. All money left over from the 2,000 payments made to low and middle income U.S. citizens will be used to substantially pay down the national debt. He is so full of crap. I mean, that is meaningless. That's just, I don't know what you call misdirection, or, it's just like clickbait would be on YouTube, It doesn't, the debt and the interest on the debt is $18 billion per day. This that he's talking about out here might represent 5 seconds of a day. It's just, that's something that it's really important to understand, That's the scary part about this random risk story that we're in now, in my opinion, is the hyperbole or maybe false statements or whatever you want to call it for effect can be so dangerous and misleading. It's just really worrisome to me. Anyway. Yeah, so they do have this capability, so that's a good thing. And I was going to put on some music, which I'll do here now. Nobody would ever in a million years tell you how much the debt is per day. That was the thing that was so disappointing to me about the big story with we were going to charge licensing fee to NVIDIA for selling H1 or H20 or whatever they're called. licenses to, chips to China, which incidentally I haven't heard anything more about that for a long time, but anyhow. The yearly fee that would be paid or expected to be paid would have been less than 2 hours of the national budget. So the security, all of the security reasons and everything that had been considered, we're going to take that IB low. Looks pretty close, doesn't it? Remember, don't trade to it. There we go. There we got the IB low. So this technically is the statistic, and I guess that's based on, somebody said something probably. Now let's get over here and see how that relates to the system. Okay. So here we are. Traded down, we've taken out this IB low. Now, if this stays in this configuration, we will have an A signal. Because what I was going to say was the signals in the system are much more precise and complicated, or not complicated, but I should say specific, than just, oh, we took out the IB low, here we go. We don't have an A signal yet. Why don't we? Because this bar needs to close. And so far this will be an A because the previous bar is a high. The open is higher than the close. And the close is above the IB. The signal bar, now we have the A, do you see? Now we have the signal bar because we have the open above the IB and the close below the IB. Now this is kind of a confusing setup because we've also got a B signal here, because this bar gave us an A and a B and closed with inside the pullback zone. What we need now is a trigger. The trigger is that price will trade up to within the trigger zone, which is not mysterious at all. It's just one. None of this is mysterious, by the way. I'm happy to say these levels, share them, no problem. This is just 1 point either side of the IB. That's it. The pullback zones, the continuation zones are 3 points below the IB, to 5 points. So it's a zone between 3 and 5 points either side of the IB, period. It's not complicated, nor do I think it needs to be. Now what I'm going to do, because we're looking like we might actually get a signal here, a trigger, I want to do my checklist, okay? Got both, not that guy, I got both started, both selected. I've got a 2 lot. I'm going to get over here and let's see what happens, eh? Okie dokie. Do we have a signal? Nope. What do we have going on now? Ah, you notice the gray thing? God damn, I hate that. I'm not liking the way IRT is playing today. Damn. You see how IRT was stuck there with the trigger, and that was my entry short. I don't know what to do about this. I really don't. I don't know. You know, I'm beyond frustrated. Son of a gun. And I could see it in Bookmap. You can see it in Bookmap right there. Now what do I want to do? Do I want to put a resting order over here that I've already got a 1, 2, 3? These are the signals, right? There's an A, B, and a trigger. God, darn, that's frustrating. Bummer. You know. So here's a rule on the fly, I should say, about the fact that I'm trading these manually based on the signals. I missed that signal, I'm not going to chase it. I could do something, which would be put a resting order over here and see what happens. Or I could let price continue to play out and we've already got a signal. God darn it, that makes me mad. Jesus. I don't know how to... These are... And this is a... Talk about a nothing chart. These are 1 minute bars. These are just custom indicator lines that are there forever. And there's these couple of signals. This, you know... We are quite a lot of volume, whether this thing wants to admit it or not. We typically have about 1.3 million in the entire, at the end of the stream, the end of the session. So, you know, yeah. God darn it. Now, let's just get back here a little ways. Had I taken the signal, it would be at basically 12.5, would be very definitely scaled, risk neutral, and here you go. And I'm likely to miss out now because it's going to consolidate here and then break. Am I annoyed by that? Yeah. Do I want to chase it? Nope. Do I want to FOMO it? Nope. Which brings me to my monkey mind story. I guess we could talk about that. Top of the hour for something different to do. Yeah. I don't have a problem with discipline or following my rules. I don't know whether I'm lucky or just, I'm just an adult. That's the way I look at it. Let me just add a couple of things while I'm watching here and being disappointed. Oh, well, we're going to have I can do the monkey mind thing. Yeah, son of a gun. So you see what would have happened. We would be short, scaled, pretty tickled about life. Where would we be going? Well, there's a likely suspect right there. Now, what you have to be careful about is what, wait a minute, 10 seconds. Boy, this not having this is irritating. Rod and those guys would call this a bar, a breakout and retest. That's a possibility. That's another setup. So you have to be really aware of your monkey mind. Tom calls it hide, other people call it whatever. No matter how you believe we came to be, evolution or creation or whatever, I think everybody agrees we've been evolving or, developing for a long time. And as part of that, what I call our monkey mind, we've got a lot of wiring built into us that enabled the DNA to be handed down from our ancestors and whatever else, right? And part of that is FOMO and wanting to be right and risk aversion, all that stuff. Am I having FOMO because I missed this? Absolutely. Am I going to chase it? Absolutely not. My approach to it is you need to be absolutely understand that that wiring is built into you and there's no thing you're going to do that's going to eliminate it. You're always going to have those emotions, that adrenaline, whatever, those reactions, physiological reactions and emotional reactions. So my approach is you need to be continually aware of it and don't act on it. Am I really disappointed that I missed my signal right here? Yeah, certainly am. Scale damn near to, well, let's see, where would we be here? 12. Well, oh, yeah, there would have been the two lot, the second target, 12 tick, because 48 ticks, remember, is T2, and that's 12 handles. So there's 12 to 0 is 12, the way I do it. Now we have a double bottom. They're going to come back up. What are they going to do? You know, I think the probability of this short is probably is diminishing, but we'll see. Will I chase this and trade it? Nope, not at all. Till we get back up and I get another continuation signal or trigger signal. God, I'm just really irritated. You know, when you trade so infrequently as I do and based only on the signals, to miss one is just really disappointing. However, I also know that the market presents a continual stream of opportunities. There's no such thing as a missed opportunity. There's only the next one. I like that saying. And so here I sit on the bench waiting for the next bus, right? Irritating as hell, though. I believe in, you know, I do think there's something to the principle of strike while the iron's hot, and the first ones are, you know, you tend to be the moves that make more difference. Am I really disappointed about that, not taking that signal, which was right there? Yeah. And here we are. I guess I'm going to have to put a waterproof garbage can in here or something, or a pilot relief tube through the wall or something, you know. Step away for 1 minute for a bio break and miss the trigger. Jesus. Pretty disappointing. But I can assure you that I won't be chasing it. So, there you are. Yeah, it was quite a, Friday was quite a deal. Richard, sorry, I just looked up there and saw your comment. Yeah, it was kind of crazy. And I'm so tired of this gap story. Here's Friday. You know, market goes up to go down and goes down to go where? Ooh. Up maybe. And I am thoroughly pissed that I missed that signal. Look at us go. Well, there would have been my target. There's the overnight mid. Boom. More than 12 points. And God knows how low we're going to go. I'm sure Rod and company are all over this crap with them, moving their targets and dancing around the office and whatever else. Jesus, that's irritating. Look at the NASDAQ. Okay. Boy, this gray shit is really starting to irritate me. Look at the NASDAQ here. Micro again. Here's the regular ones. Look at the difference now in the regular micro composite for the straight up ES. And the micro. The micro composite VPOC on the ES was up here and it was down here for a long time. Yeah. Annoying. Annoying. God damn. Boy, I tell you, this is really irritating. Very, very irritating. What's more irritating to me is I'm not sure what to do about it. And also, this is just freaking magical down here. One of the, while we're standing here watching this, why was I thinking about an IB continuation? Well, because those were the signals that were setting up in the system. And typically, the IB failure would be suggested by a rotational or a balanced market. The IB continuation is suggested by a directional market, which is pretty much, when we got to here, we were directional, I would say. Lots of different little distributions in through here, fractals, whatever you want to call them. And now we're clear down here to the, damn it, down here to the damn it Janet zone. Boy, that's irritating, I'll tell you. Yeah, and the interesting part about Friday for me was that we were clear down there and everybody was, jumping out the window and they just, that big selling tail, and they just sucked it right back up. They were just cleaning them out, taking their profits. Taking the profit. The further we get into the morning here, now we're, still in RTH1. We're going to get back up here to the trigger zone again. Sell the pullback, or whatever it is. Yeah, sell the pullback by the dip. I guess that's how it goes. Remember that the random risk band has taken the stage at 10 o'clock. So, not that the news headline makes any sense. Meets with the Syrian interim leader. Okay? Great. There's nothing wrong with that. Once again, no political comment at all. But anytime this guy right here gets near a camera or a microphone, who the hell, he can say some random crap that goes kabzoom, That's the part that's scary. not scary, but that's why you have to be on your toes and alert. This was a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning. Period. On Truth Social, a tweet, not a press conference, not anything in the White House. Just a social. Random risk. And am I pissed about today? You bet. You bet your booties I am. And this was an absolutely perfect scenario. The only thing that would have been a little better, in my opinion, was to have the A and then the next bar over get a B. We got them both here because this qualified for the A signal, and this continuation zone closed inside the continuation zone, that also qualifies as a B. Should you take those? Yeah. And then we had the trigger. Could I make myself feel better by saying I shouldn't have done that? No. Will I be disappointed if I will still take a trade mechanically without discretion if we get a signal here. Do I think it's got a likelihood of being successful? Not nearly as much as I did the first one, which I missed. So, but that's not how it works. When you have vetted a trade statistically, in the live market, you take every instance of that trade that presents itself. That's the theory. Timothy Leary. Whatever happened, I guess he died, come to think about it. Timothy Leary. Okay. No signal. However, Rod and Company, and justifiably so, would say this is a bar trade. This is a breakout and retest. That's a setup you could vet for yourself. Come on, blue guy. See, we're clear past now. Here, now, be really careful about this, right? There's the open. We're trading into the gap zone. There's the gap high. There's the POC. We haven't got down to the gap close yet, but you know what I mean? Gap rules, are they applying here? Maybe. Remember the gap rules. And let's look at the statistics about that. Back to the statistics study. What would the gap close or the gap rules, what statistic would indicate that that had happened? Well, our gap low is what? There's the gap low. It's the previous high, right? Right there. So what would the statistic be? The previous high. All right? So if we come back to the statistics over here and we go the previous high, which went somewhere. Oh, right there. 65.9% probability that we'll close that gap. At least to the high. And some people call it the close, and some people call it all different kind of things, like I mentioned earlier in the pre-market, and that is 100% up to you, what you do and how you do it. But That's the statistic of closing the gap as I do it, which is based on the high and the open, or the low and the open. Would I like to put a trade on? Yeah. Am I bummed? Yeah. Am I sounding like a little whiny girl? Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is the joy of trading. What happened? I stepped away for 1 minute of out and missed this. And when I got back and looked at the chart was not updating, and the trigger had happened, and I didn't see it. Had I seen it relatively quick, like here, for example, I could have thrown that on there and been okay with it. Sloppy entry, but okay with it, you know, close enough to the close. That would have been, in my opinion, that would not have been chasing. That would have been just executing relatively quick. Obviously, it's better on the bar, but not when I saw it down here some freaking place. I'm going, no. That's chasey. FOMO-y. Which I guess anybody listening knows what FOMO means. Fear of missing out. Oh, yeah. And this is where I think it's really important. This is an example of why I think it's important to be really rule-based. Specifically, you know, I think I've pointed out before, you can just kind of what if it and use discretion, and if that works for you, I know most of the traders in static, I don't think anybody trades as rigidly as I do these. For example, here's a perfect example, actually. The IB continuation trade, which I've used to trade this way all the time. What do? We took out the IB. We pulled back up. Coincidentally, this was our trigger, pulled back up and couldn't get any further. Get short. Like here, for example. And yeah, it worked out great. That's not how I have not back-tested that. I back-tested it with the specific rules which you see over here, which are A, B, and trigger. So if I want to use this setup the way I used to use it, and the way I think most of the people in static or wherever do, probably Tom too, because everything's a structured trade and whatever, then I would have to, in my mind, I would have to change the code, change the rule for this particular rule or signal, and then backtest it. That's the only way, otherwise you're just guessing. Would I have liked to get up here for another signal? Absolutely. Is this a chase? Nope. I don't have another signal over here. I had that one. That's the trigger. You see any other triggers around here? Me too. Or me either, depending on how you want to say it. And I'm not making excuses for myself. I'm just, remember, the only way I get what I'm thinking into the stream is this narration. Damn. Damn what am. Just to give you some indication of what I mean by backtesting. I think I can show you this. I think I still have it open. Yeah. Okay. This is a tool I made that I use intraday when I just, want to do a back test, and I'll show you this later. But here's a set of what if variables, 12 back tests over 493 trading days. This is, I put in 500 days. There's actually 493 of them. It takes 5 seconds per back test to run. Here are the, here's just the ID, never mind. These are the parameters. And these are the statistics. That's the way you do it. Now, what I'm doing with this is trying to determine what looks to me to be the best thing. Well, there's the highest net profit. It's 117,000. All of these are over the same amount of days, the same signal and the same idea, but these stop T1, T2. Is there a trail trigger? Position size is the same as the 2 lot, and trail ticks plus entry, if that's the case. So in other words, this would be a 12 tick stop, 24 tick T1, a 48 tick T2. When price gets to 12 ticks, the stop trails up to 12 ticks plus the entry. This is the same situation here, but price only goes to entry, or breaking to the entry. So that's how I think you need to approach it. And something that's important to me is the consecutive winners and losers. There's 11 consecutive losses or stops in a row. Only 6 winners. So that's, what's the average winner? Say 292, call it $300. So that's $3,300 drawdown. Right here. There's actually a drawdown, and these are consecutive. Consecutive and drawdown are different things, but these are just some columns that I threw out when I was doing this yesterday. So, there you go. What's happening with Agent Orange? Hey, buddy. You want to get in the toilet? Man, oh man. So they're going to run away from me, and I'm not going to get a trade. Likely. Double bottom. This is a situation where the tanker could be turning, and you need to be aware of that. If you're trading this directionally or discretionarily, however you say it. What's happened here? Well, we traded up, we traded all the way down. What are we doing? Well, we're getting higher lows, higher highs. We'll see. Is this a change in context? They haven't expressed any interest in closing the gap. Now, are they trading in my direction to get it on a short? Nope. Not at all. So, no trade. Really disappointing. Yeah. More than disappointing. And remember, this is my business. This is the thing I'm doing to rely on for my income. My career magically disappeared earlier in the year. The company that I had been with for a long time was bought And that was that. And I've been trying to focus 100% on this. I've always been doing trading stuff. Typically in my life, I'd always worked for myself, had my own business, whatever, so I could do things. Later, in the last 10 years or so, I had gotten pulled into another company that was kind of fun, and I got paid good for it. So, who's going to look a gift horse in the mouth? And I still had time to focus on other stuff. And then that disappeared, and so here we are. Here we are. Son of a gun. It's a little bit, take it. Now, this is just my emotional self thinking out loud. The further we get into the day, we're now coming up on 2 hours. This stuff starts to be a little rotational. The early morning business got done. In other words, strike while the iron's hot, and I missed that. I should say I will. I guess what I'm trying to say is emotionally, I would be less excited about taking a trade, even though I get the signals. However, I will do so. Once I get the parameters, the stars align, I'll take the trade, but I would be less enthusiastic about it and have less confidence in the trade than I would have right here had I taken that, which I was waiting for. And it hasn't gone crazy. They haven't closed the gap. It hasn't fallen out of bed. Any of those things. And we haven't had a POC migration either. Be sure you remember that. Remember the POC simply marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Well, that's 32 or 30, whatever it is, 31. Right up here. In order for this to move anywhere down here, these have got to get more than 33, 32. 33.22. It's got to be 83.23, and then this will move. Again, it's not magic or, fortune telling. It's just math. Disappointing at this point. Here now I am, but there you go. There you go. Well, that's weird that takes so long to react. That ought to be instant. That's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. I don't know what to think here. I was thinking about rebooting the IRT to see if something gets better, but yeah, I kind of got burned the last time I stepped away. Not kind of, but very definitely. Not supposed to be doing that shit. You know, it's just irritating. That's all I was trying to do. Well, well, well. Well, I stepped away. What happened? Did we, close the gap and put in a new all-time high or what? Seems like that happens every time. Well, well, well. One thing you'll have to say here, I guess I should say, this is really trading the way I approach it, and it's my stream. I mean my journal, right? I am not driven to make crap up to try to make it sound like an exciting stream. If they're not vetted, I'm not doing it. I don't say random this indicator, that, or something, you know, like so many people do. Typically that's driven by people on YouTube who are only there to be an influencer, and they make their money from YouTube. They don't make their money by trading. So they continually say the same thing. This is the best signal ever, or whatever, you know, about every 2 or 3 months they put out another one of the same exact thing. And it's for to sell it to new traders who are inexperienced and it's based on conformational bias, right? It's a dirty world, a lot of it. Quite the scam rich stuff. Count on your hands how many people trade live account, trade live, and are completely transparent and 100% transparent and accountable. And when I take a trade, where is it now? This is what you see, right? From Bookmap. Entry. I mean, this was a replay, okay? So I was just monkeying around last night, but I can go back to one from last week, and there are the real trades. This one. Yeah. This is a real trade. There's my narration about what happened. There's one trade, there's an error right here, and there's a trade to profit. You see absolutely no question about how it's marked, how it's graphed. Below here are the complete specs for each, stats for each one of them, which coincide up here. That's the difference. And, you know, oh yeah, it's a vetted trade. Oh, I went long here and I got short down here, and these are structured trades and all this kind of stuff. And a lot of people that are good, you know, I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody, but it doesn't ring true to me. It isn't as meaningful to me. I can do that. I'm especially annoyed by the rearview mirror guys because anybody can do that, and they're just strictly preying on inexperienced traders, I think. There's a mid flip. No, did you know that this was the high and that it was gonna, after we tested up here, then I knew we were gonna get short because they couldn't get back up here and down we came. Did you know any of that? No, neither did I. Here you go. There's a hard right edge. Tell me what the hell is gonna happen right here, right now. That's the difference. And so many people, especially newer traders, I guess they want to believe it. They want to believe that somebody's looking out for them and giving them some kind of magic bullet. I don't know of any trader anywhere online or any place else that goes to this level of granularity and transparency. Here are the zones, there are the levels, there are the triggers. Here's why. All you gotta do is look over here and see if there's any question that I'm lying about the pullback zones and the stuff. It's all right there. Tell me how that can be any kind of anything besides true. And that's, I'm not blowing my own horn, but it's like I really get annoyed by all these guys that just trying to screw over people, and usually the people that fall for that crap are the desperate ones that may need, you know, maybe they desperate to need money or have lost their job or something, you know. It's just, those, especially those young assholes that, you know, with a wrap this or a wrap Lambo that or something else. I just, no use for that. I would say we're going to probably break out here. And break down some more, would be my guess, towards closing that gap. Do I have a signal? Nope. Do I have a trade vetted for this? Nope. No sooner did I say that, what happened? You know? Yeah, disappointing. Zooming up here on the 11 o'clock hour too, by golly. I probably need to do something today and I don't remember what it is. I guess tomorrow is Veterans Day, my wife said. I was thinking it was today and I was looking around making sure that it was a trading day. What I see from the CME is that the only holidays we have coming up in November here is Thanksgiving, trading holiday. Yeah, so if you want to know any of these levels or triggers or signals or anything else, take a screen snap of this. There they are. There's the level, there's the price. You can easily see mathematically what it is. There's 35, there's 38, there's 40. What is that? Well, that's 3 points, 5 points above here, above the IB on either side. Boop. Pretty mysterious, huh? You don't need to be Richard Feynman to figure that one out. And all the rest of the session prices are over here. It's clear as a bell. And a minute ago I was showing you the I was showing you the statistics. I hope you took a screen snap of that. That's hours and hours of stuff that free for the taking, with all the, you know, every kind of stat you want in there, I guess. Can't do MFE and MAE because those are, you know, over a large number of trades. That can only be applicable to a trade. So when you're doing a back test, you can't track that metric, those metrics. Or I haven't figured out how to book in IRT anyway. It does do them, of course. The backtest system. Here, let me do a quick one while I'm being pissed over here. Up in here. Set up the backtest. Boom. Okay, we're gonna do. Well, this is annoying. Let's just do 5 days or something. 5 days, okay. Watch how long this takes to backtest. So, there's the trade. There, oh man. There is 7 trades. Total winning trades 5. Losing trades are something, I don't know what. That's not the point I was trying to show you. Boy, this is annoying. I think this thing's working worse. I don't know whether it's the mouse or the... I guess what I could do is go back to my wireless mouse and see what's reacting better. I don't know. Yeah, there's a maximum loss, maximum winner, the trades, and here's what I was trying to get to. Max favorable, this is MFE and MAE. Maximum favorable excursion, maximum adverse excursion. So this is the maximum we had, but it's only for over this group of trades was 3,000, and maximum negative was 0. And so I find it a little hard to believe. I know that's this metric that a lot of people watch. Oh, screw it. I'm tired of looking at it. I'm mad. I may have to go out and eat. Okay, I'm not going to look at that anymore. I'm going to get back to the micro thing. And yeah. Isn't this fun? This is trading fun. Ooh, look here. Full session VPOC migration. Oh, I didn't even have it on the right screen, I don't think. I'm sorry. About the MFE and MAE. Not very sharp today, I guess. So it's 87.17. Okay, and it just came down from whatever it was up here. 84 or something. Now what's it going to take? So we're at 83.22. If we get this down here to 83 and change in the RTH session, we're going to get the VPOC migration for the RTH as well. Am I pissed that I didn't get on this signal? Oh boy, you can't even imagine. Oh, I'm sorry. This signal? You can't imagine. I take 1 or 2 trades a day, you know, when I have a signal. So it's pretty handy that when I get the signal to take it. When I have a setup that presents itself, it's what you're supposed to do. And that's what I'm trying to do. And I suppose Trump is through talking, I guess. He's the Syrian leader. What happened to Assad? I guess he's holed up in Moscow someplace or whatever else. Screaming idiot. Oh, it just started. The meeting just started. Do you see this? Are you looking at this? Am I in the right window? No. Just started at 10:46. 2 minutes ago. Oh, great. Well, there you go. Random Risk Incorporated now. Just beware. I'm not saying anything wrong with that. I'm saying beware. Some offhand comment and down goes the, or up goes the, or who knows which direction goes. Something goes somewhere. So this would have been, this is something to be said for having the system trade automatically, isn't it? I guess that's the goal. Rod says that's his goal. He can't wait. To have an automated system. Okay. If we come back to the target zone, what would that be? A relatively reasonable setup. VWAP, MED, low volume node, essentially what? Would be an outside in, right? Kind of a mean reversion, even though that's not really what the setup is typically called, because it's from the direction of the IB continuation. But now that we've traded a lot, we've got a distribution down here. And all a mean reversion is outside in. Outside in. Reverts to the mean. Up here's the real mean, right? So, there you go. Okay, so remember now, random risk is upon us. Maybe. Or I can't think of a good name for it. Random risk works, I can say it easily. Unidentified or potential political risk, I don't know. Pick a word, pick a whatever you want. I'm going to be standing here monitoring this, but I'm going to mute off while I eat my little snack here. I'm not busy chewing in your ear. Now, I have to ask myself, why? Why are they doing this? Did we run out of interest down there below? Do I need to put a resting order up here?
The IB low is taken.
And maybe we're never going to get there, you know. Excuse me, just chewing in your ear. Now, technically up here would not be a range requirement for me from the IB, but let's see what happens. Another tick or two and we're up there. That should be a signal right there. What happened here? Okay, I don't know what's going on, but it's not making me happy. Let's see what happens here. That's, I think that's technically the trigger. The next thing I have to ask myself is, do I want to mark it in or this resting limit in? Let's see if we get taken in here. There we go. Okay. Now, trade number one entry is, meanwhile, back at the 302.51. 302. 02.51. And this is a short. Let's see. We're gonna get stopped out. Looks like it. Looks like we might. Yep, stopped out. Well, that one didn't take long, did it? 1 minute. Less than a minute. That's the part that really frustrates me about missing those early signals. 303, wasn't it? About. Whatever. Yeah, it is what it is. What are you gonna do? Oh, sorry. There you are. Sorry, I had the wrong screen up. And what are we doing now, and why are we doing this? Is this random risk, the random risk band in motion, or what? Well, that was quicker than a little bit, wasn't it? Why? Now, you have to ask yourself, or at least I have to ask myself, why in the hell is this happening? Coincidentally, just the time that somebody took the stage. I took the signal because it was the signal. And it got stopped. What are you going to do? That's what happened. Really pissed I missed this one over here, though. Now we're getting some conflicting stuff that I need to stop and think about here. Now we have a B signal. We don't have a trigger. This is the failure, right? This is the IBF. Back to here. Back to the mean, which is right up here now. But within the trading system itself, once a trade is put on, which I did do and was stopped, that resets the A and the B and all that stuff. Okay? So we don't have an A signal leading this B. It's, this is where I need to, I know what I'm doing and what to expect. If I could code these to work sequentially exactly as they are on the system, I'd do that. But I worked one Sunday afternoon for many hours and I couldn't get it to work right. So I just got rid of all the trying and back to this. Now over here there we are. There's the whole thing. It's a full stop. We have, let's see here. This is how I would normally do this. Boop. There you go. All right. And I can take a screen snap of this now and get the whole shooting match. You see? And I use those and then I put a narration on that. RTH1, blah, blah, this stuff. And that goes in the journal, which is at this point a static. And I'm going to be so bummed out if Rod gets that goes away, because I haven't been using my old-fashioned local journal for a long time. Are we going to have a signal? We could. What would the signal be? Sorry. All right. The signal would be an A, a B, and a trigger for the IB for the continuation short. So we get an A, down, back, and boom. It's real simple. I mean, it's pretty elementary. The reasoning here behind this, based on a suggestion from Rod that he said he does, who's a really successful trader, by the way, like 50,000 plus a month USD consistently for a long time. Now we're going to get a B here, and we're going to get an A signal, assuming this closes below the IB, this will fire an A. And if it doesn't, no, it didn't, you see. It didn't fire an A because it didn't close below. Now this is one of those situations where, do I need to make a rule modification that says equal to or below? You know what I mean? That's a big one. I don't know, frankly. because now we're not going to get an A signal. We do, what we have now is nothing. I'm going to stick with the fact that after a trade is on, it resets everybody. Now I don't have an A signal because this is on the IB, not above it. If it closed here, should be an A, and then if it drops into here would be, and back would be a B. Up to a trigger, and there you go. But we're not going to get either one of them. So, and who knows, maybe it's going to trade up. Maybe what they're doing is they bottomed it out. They're going to come up, buy the dip. That's a hard one for me to do. And I've got no signal for it unless I want to get real excited. Well, right here would have been a stop. You take this signal, long, there's the stop. 3 points, right? Boom. I guess you can probably imagine how many thousands of different ways you can approach this, you know, and it can get really, it can get pretty fraught with my granularity. I'm not going to have a signal now either, an A, because the previous bar, the lead bar is not correct. And we're approaching, you know, we're heading into that damn 12 to 1 zone, which is, I don't like. We have definitely crossed over the RTH2. Yeah, I don't know. This is where you could start making up all kinds of things. You know, back to that monkey mind and confirmation bias, where the humans have a phenomenal ability to see patterns, whether they are or are not really there, because that's what you want. Some of the real classic examples are like Fibonacci. You know, there's all those different Fibonacci levels, and people just pick out the ones that price got close to when it reacted. That's confirmation bias. And I don't want to have that here. I'm trying to avoid that by being very particular about the rules. And now that I've got that stop on, I need to, I want to, you know, stand here and watch for my rules and take them if they present themselves and trade out of it, obviously. Am I going to chase? Am I going to revenge trade? Am I going to try to do any of that stuff? Nope. Am I upset that you know, again with the FOMO deal, look at all the possibilities to get down here again. But that isn't any one of the signals that I have vetted so far. And, you know, there's a lot of people that would make stuff up. I'm sure of that. There's a B, but there's no A. And I'm not calling this an A. It's already been used once and got stopped. So that makes the case for me not to reuse the signals. And they don't in the backtest system. So if I'm trying to trade per the backtest statistics that I have, you know, drawn, then you know, I mean, you got to be an adult. How stupid would it be to spend all this time and effort to backtest something and then just, oh, well, that's close enough, you know? That's ridiculous. Was going to restart IRT to see if it smoothed out a little bit, but not now. So just FYI, wrong screen. Okay. For this to have been an A right there, the open needed to be above the IB, and ideally this close needed to be above the ID. The signal is real simple. The preceding bar, this one, open is higher than the close, and typically the low is higher than the IB. The next one is the IB open is above, the signal bar, the IB open, the open is above the IB, the close is below the IB. The idea being you want price to be trading down to it, right? Then it pulls back, then you get a B, which is on down here. Now we come up here, we get, and here's a signal and here's a signal. But there's no A trade. Does any of this matter? Beats the hell out of me. They're crowding into my midday go for a walk or take a nap period. That's for sure. So it's pretty clear they're not interested in closing the gap. And as a result, I would not be particularly confident of a short, even though it's an IB continuation. Remember, this is mid and this is the VWAP. Whatever that means. Opened, trade down, didn't close the gap. There you go. There you go. One of the other things that I'm trying to kind of identify and quantify in my own mind is some sort of right now, it should be pretty obvious that whichever one of these, whatever signal long or short it takes, that would be that I do. I mean, that it throws a signal, I take it. But I think it needs to be, I feel like I should be looking more at have a kind of a higher level filter of the context. Let me see if that makes sense. And also, there's the possibility and the likelihood that as the day wears on, we just end up rotating back and forth. Also. Well, if you wanted to be technical about the signals, then there is no A, so never mind. But if there's a B and a trigger, no, these are the wrong triggers, and a trigger, sorry, then scaled probably. Seems kind of like that's in the opposite direction of how we're trading, and this is obviously random risk on the microphone right there. What happened? What happened? Well, we're getting a lots of fluff around here, aren't we? Boom, 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 boom. Mr. Microphone. In case you lost sight of the bigger picture, here we are today. I guess this could be, could you consider this that responsive buying I was talking about at the pre-market? I mean, selling, sorry, profit taking. And we're in Dogeville or whatever you call it over here. The thinking typically is that if you don't close the gap, remember the gap rules, if you don't close the gap, high likelihood you're going to trade in the direction of the gap. I mean, ought to be pretty simple. And look at the very clear fact that we have not migrated to VPOC all day yet. 83.22, we got to get something down here. 83.23, got a ways to go. They better hurry for I'm asleep, though. I'll tell you that right now. Oh, excuse me. Food puts me in a carbo coma in about a second. Yeah. Well. Nelly Bell. Double top, you know, who the hell knows? Everything is can be so. Another thing you need to watch out for if you're doing this discretionally is watch out for the fractal stuff. You know, what do you got going on here? Well, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. Oh, but wait, we had higher lows, higher highs. Well, we had higher highs and higher lows over here. It just depends on the fractal. You're looking at this one. You're looking at this little guy. You're looking at the whole day, you know. And I'm not saying I know what to say or what to do, but I'm just saying I take comfort in having a more mechanical set of rules to follow. And then I'm trying to figure out how, when, or if I would get mixed up with them on a discretionary basis. I don't know. When I do the back test, of course, that's completely zero discretion, and so that's the statistics you have. Well, if you start messing with the rules, then how can you lean on those statistics? I don't think you can. Doesn't make sense to me. I mean, in anything you're doing, if you have something doesn't work, you can't change two things at the same time, because then you don't know which one corrected the problem or whatever, you know. Same way with this. If I want to decide or determine that having the A signal not be closed below the IB or above it, you know, on either side of it, it could be on it or above it, then I need to change that rule and backtest it and see if it's different than the way it's coded now. And this thing over here, this set of backtest results here are only based on T1, T2, trailing stop or not. This has got nothing to do with changing the rules at all. All of these are using the same exact set of rules, just different values for the stop and the target, T1, T2, whether it trails or not after it gets here. You know, if you got 0 over here, then it's ticks plus entry. So this is the scale to entry. That's how it works. I mean, it's simple, but nothing to do with the rules. Nothing to do with the rules. And this is where it starts to become tedious for me, because there's a long way with nothing to do. I have to sit and wait for the next signal. That's exactly why, after you've once vetted a setup or in the trades, then you move on to another one, because you want to have more than one, right? I have one vetted trade set up, which is the IBC and the IBF. Makes for long days watching. Now, any rear view mirror trader worth his salt is going to be able to really dazzle you with all the insight and the prediction techniques that they have, with this lower low, and then all of a sudden the tanker turned, we couldn't get any lower, and we got higher lows and higher highs, and I got long, and if you did that, that's really super. I don't know how to do that in the real moment on the hard right edge, you know, and anybody that's got a better idea than what I'm doing, I would really appreciate throwing it in the chat. That would be great. You know? It's kind of following the gap rules now, isn't it? They couldn't close the gap, and so they're trading in the direction of the gap. That makes sense. I mean, if you stop and think about it, they gapped up for a reason. Oh, this is irritating. There's the gap. Whoop. They got about half of it. Oh, and there's people that are watching half back too, or half gap, or I don't know what. Half back is over here. That's a market profile thing. And nobody was interested down here. Now they're going to go back up. Are they going to continue on in the direction of the gap? Got no idea. Be great if I could bedazzle you with some soliloquy that said I knew, that produced it. You know, you thought I knew. One trade, one signal. Well, I mean, one trade per the signals. This was the trade I missed. Just stepped out of the room for a second when we got the trigger. And of course, no chasing, no anything else. And this was the next signaled trade. And got within a tick or so of risk neutral and went to stop. Pretty simple. Oh, did not at all. Actually, time I got it over here, because I put a resting order in. So it did not come back to me at all. Here. And just went straight to a stop, and there you go. I never moved my stops, ever. So I am risking 3 points. Or, yeah, 3 points. On 2 contracts, so that's 6 points. And that's what you see right there. It's a real shame we didn't get this. Well, it's not really. If I'd have gotten this A signal, I would have had a B and I would have had a trigger. I would have been obliged to take a short. This is where rear view mirror trading can be so deceiving. If I just didn't bother to point any of that out to you, I'd talk about how I got my B signal here and my trigger down here and how I'm long up, you know, how I'm long going all this way. It wouldn't have happened. I'd have been stopped out again, right there. Well, right here. Actually. Look at him go. Mean reversion, baby. Now somebody is going to be posting somewhere how they got all these points on a mean reversion. And that's a very valid trade. This is the outside in. How did you know this wasn't the outside? How did you know this wasn't the outside? You know what I mean? But it's the outside in. That's a mean reversion trade. Not typically suggested in a rotational or directional kind of an environment. Is this directional? It doesn't. This, if the profile was like this, I would consider it balanced or rotational. This to me is more directional. But a mean reversion trade is very valid. And in fact, that's what the IBF or the IB failure is, essentially a mean reversion trade based around the IB. Oh, looky here. We got a VPOC migration lower. Now it's going to happen. Ooh. Price check out 3. This one at top. Ooh, a crazy Ivan. Look at there. It's just, I just made it up. I don't know. Means nothing. Whenever I see these little dipsy doodles like that, I don't know. I should call them crazy Ivan. I call them crazy Ivans, which is a saying I thought was pretty funny from Hunt from Red October. I guess you could call a little do-si-do there. A little square dance going on. That's more of a do-si-do than anything else. And not, you know, not offensive to anybody named Ivan. So, yeah. Now, looking at this, anybody would go, oh, moron, why did you take this short? Well, I'll tell you why. Put it right there. And that was the signal. And that's what I took. Not knowing it was not going to go back down here to my thing or on down. You know? It's so clear in hindsight. I missed and I've articulated, you know, I've narrated this about a dozen times. I missed this one right here. Stepped away for a second, missed this one, and that was a perfect trade. I mean, that was the profitable one. Got nothing to do here now for a good long while because it's got this guy. Well, it's got to get up to here. Could get an A and a B up here now. You know, not to rule out. Okay, so thinking in advance. Hold on. I got something something on my keyboard. I don't want to get on my keyboard. There we go. Okay, what I was going to say was, in anticipation of this irrational exuberance continuing to the upside, what would I be looking at? Well, here's the IB on the top side, isn't it? Of which I could have a continuation or a failure trade. What did I have down here? A failure. Well, we had a continuation to here, and then it turned around went the other way. Here's the day. There's the whole day. There's the open. There we are. What would I think now? Assuming, let's pretend I get a IB, trade up, come back, trigger, continuation. What would I suppose the odds of that would be? Now, irregardless, either way, I would take a signal. But just thinking out loud here, we're in a gap rules. We didn't close the gap. Trading back across the other side. So far, I haven't gotten there yet, but you know. So that might suggest that they were going to trade in the direction of the gap, which is kind of a gap rules kind of thing, as opposed to an IB failure and mean reversion back to the middle. Why wouldn't that be as top of my hit parade? Well, where's the mean? It's right up here now. We're just there now. This is the mean. This is the POC, right? This is essentially the mean. So I would have to say, I guess that I'm kind of hope that I would get an IB continuation signal, because it seems to me like that would be the direction to go. What do I know? I'm just thinking out loud. One thing I'm not doing is, you know, every tick, I'm not in the rearview mirror. I'm not calling everything a structured trade or a setup or whatever, you know, vetted trade. I've clearly outlined the vetted trades that I have, how I trade them, what the rules are precisely. I've traded live, and there's the live in a real live brokerage account, funded brokerage account, and there you go. I don't know how to get more real. Don't know. Oh man. I do know I'm sleepy, but now that I blew this beauty over here, I go into the bio break there for 1 minute or two. Jesus. I'm gonna tough it out here. Drink some more green tea or something, and maybe get Mama to make me some more coffee. I don't know. Vietnamese coffee. Good stuff. And I need to get this right, you know. I need to get this working right, everything trading right, and onto the minis so that I'm generating some money. Well, what did we get? Oh, we got an A. Panda, don't trick me. Now, I'm busy reading something here on the chat, and here we have an A signal, right? We don't have a B signal. We need to either go up and back for the A, continuation, or down and back for the B, failure. So whichever we get is what we're gonna get, he said. And let's get this, wind this baby up here a little bit. Ooh, be a little bit much. I can't get over how jumpy and jerky this goddamn dang thing is. So we got A, we don't have a B. Here we are. Oh, you watching? Oh, you're not watching. I'm busy looking up here at Static. I have in front of me is a 4-monitor rack. I think I said this. The lower two are my trading screens, and the one on the other desk is also. And then above me, I have RStream on one of the monitors, and I have Static on the other one. And Rod just said, at the hospital, baby number 2 might be on the way. So, you know, I was busy reading that when we got the A signal, and I would be mega pissed if I blew 2 of these today. So I'm focused on this, and I'm petting it. No A yet, huh? I mean, no B yet. This is fun. Well, fingers crossed for Rod. That's great. Hope so. Obviously, the good vibrations are for a happy, healthy mother and child. Son of a bitch, done it again. It's done it again, you see? Well, I was going to be pissed. I almost had that, almost a B signal, and missed again because of this stupid thing down here. I got to figure out some way to just make that son of a buck never go static. And I can't get up here for a B signal to save my damn life. And the dad's got to work. Yeah, your dad's doing something, so you just chill out. Go meow at mom. You want to do some meowing. You want to do some begging? Go see mom. Dad's got something to do. Grandpa, or whatever you want to call me. Oh, go away. Parse my ass. Oh, there we go. We got us a B. Okay, we have an A. We have a B. Will we get a pullback and a trigger? Let's hope so. Huh? Okay, we got the A, we got the B, we don't have any triggers. Come on. Now it's just gonna run off, I guess. This is, and it's what? It's coming up noon. Of course it is. Of course it is. One of the trigger signals I was thinking about vetting or working on is the 3-bar reversal, which is exactly what we're getting right now. Mind you. Don't have a signal yet. I'm not gonna hit it until we do. If we do. Only got to get about a tick or so down there. The trigger is 1 point either side of the IB. I'd say we're going to get it here. One thing I did the other day, which ended up being a mistake, I didn't wait for the trigger. Now that's a place where the rules could be changed, that it displays the rule on bar close or just intrabar. That's really disappointing right now. No trigger. Come on, man. What I have done before that worked was put a resting order at the IB. You know, that's certainly not part of the vetted plan, however. I need to either switch this stuff around or something. Run half monitors, you know. This is way at my right on my right monitor, and these are 32-inch 4K, so it's a ways over there, yeah? And this one is over here on my left monitor. So I was thinking of a way to have the IRT displaying over here, maybe. I don't know. Now it's getting kind of dicey. Am I going to get a signal and is it going to fly, or is it going to be some other kind of stupidness here? What's that? Ooh, gonna get that trigger here pretty quick, looks like. Once this gets within this trigger zone, that's a, whatever it went, that's a trigger. Now this would be on close, which is where I was talking about needing to have that. Does it need to be on close or low? Right, because if we're on low, if this had gotten down that far, intrabar, that would have been a signal. It wasn't yet, but and may not be either. Didn't meet the criteria, and therefore it didn't get taken. And now it's going to run off and leave me. Boy, I'm not getting a lot of luck today. Getting a pretty big test of the discipline, awareness of FOMO and all those guys. Damn thing, look at that. Pretty close, huh? Yeah. That's irritating. That's a pretty irritating right there. Pretty much a double top, huh? A tweezer top or a snotty top or whatever it is. Come on, get down there and give me a signal, damn it. For this long. Not getting anywhere. They are not keen about doing this. Now I must admit that at this time of day and with this price action, I'd be a little bit apprehensive about a long, suspecting they may be going to rotate back to the middle. That's the problem. But you have to just take it because there's a 50-50 chance it'll go either way. Well, that is really irritating. Goddamn thing. Every time I click that, I use my right and left arrow button to toggle between these screens. And if I'm on this trigger chart and I do that, it jumps back from auto update. Man, if there was a way I could lock that on, I would be really happy. Now, I guess it's worth pointing out that one of the advantages, one of the many advantages of trading a properly vetted setup is that you're never surprised about anything. I mean, I hope that's obvious now. I've been stalking this thing since A, since B, since the trigger, right? You can zoom in when you think it's, worth, when you anticipate trading, and nothing's a surprise, nothing's a hurry, you're not freaking out, running around doing stuff. That's another one of the advantages. You never go at it like you're killing snakes and then realize you missed something or whatever. I believe. Otherwise, I keep Blue Boy on duty so I can see the context. Now we've gone out the top, right? So if we can get back down for a trigger, which I don't know that we're going to, I would think we might get somewhere. But the longer it goofs around here into the noon hour, the more suspicious I would become, because they frequently like to come down here and shake out all the people that are long. Mean reversion, all that stuff. And there's a lot of breakout traders that are just foaming at the mouth, right? Trying to get a trade on. And good for them. What gap high is that? I thought that was taken out. Darn, it's really disappointing, I'll tell you. Yeah. There's no gap around the 4th. Well, you can see the high, low, close and everything in the info box when I put my mouse over it. So the low is 68.49.5. 68.57.5. So this closed this gap that doesn't exist anymore, really. That's what I was thinking, and what I'm looking at is up here. Is that the 4th? Yeah, no. Yeah, that's the 4th. That's this thing here. I'm gonna get rid of that. What I do in my workflow is to change the text to black. And then I know to pull them off in the evening or whatever. Boop, there we go. Oh, come on, girls, give me a shot. Damn it. The girls are teasing me now. Boy, did I screw up, huh? Boy, did I miss the opportunity here. Nothing here. Now, let's look at something that I may have missed completely. No, not really. I mean, obviously, what a pleasure to get long. But this was a short. Everything was reset to 0, so there's no A. I did have a B and I did have a trigger. But I can't just arbitrarily make them up. That's one of the most dangerous. Where is that? I actually have something about it. What is it? It's 04 49. No, 04 09. One of the most dangerous, I think, things that you can do is when a error works out in your favor. Because as humans, we only remember the stuff that works, right? We only remember the positive things. That's why I'm so such a stickler about taking the rules and sticking to the rules, not, well, that's close enough, you know, this is a good enough for an A and that's a B or whatever else. This is good enough for a trigger here. This is good enough for a trigger, I'm going long. If it goes in your favor, you'll remember that and you'll think, oh, that's okay. It's like moving the stop. The most flagrant example of that is people that move their stops away from entry. The 1 or 2 or whatever times that works in your favor, you never forget that. The 6 dozen times that you get stopped out and it costs you, more than your original stop out, your original R factor or, risk factor, you don't remember them. Terrible thing to do. Well, they are just not going to give it up, are they? I guess you could be looking forward to the 12-to-1 stat. Which says essentially, I've not vetted this myself, it's just, folklore. If the market is out of balance, which it is, right? This is not a balanced market. If we make a new high or low between 12 and 1, 12 and 1300, there is a very high probability that we'll exceed that high or low at some point in the balance of the RTH session. Now, Like I said, I don't have any statistic about that. It's not in the statistic study. I don't even know where I heard it first. I think Tom B. Probably, maybe. So, yeah, there you go. What are we doing up here? Well, we're getting an awful lot of people calling the top, I think, trying to pick a top. So from my point of view, that can give us a opportunity. If I get a signal, that would give me an opportunity for a continuation, because all the people that think they're picking this top and we're going to go lower, that's fuel building up. Now, as with everything in trading, so is there a lot of fuel building up down here. All these people that are looking for the breakout. And what's happening now is it's not going to give me an opportunity to trade, because I'm not going to get a signal. I got within a tick or so right here. That if this would have been right there, I would have a trigger. I'd have a signal, and I would have been long in a heartbeat. 36 to 41. That's damn near the full. That's almost the full target. Would I like to have a trade on to at least just scratch out? Yeah, sure. This is money out of my pocket right there. And money out of my account. My money. Not prop funding money or, anything else. Nah, man. And the minute I go take a shower or something, this will come back, tag that out, and then go zooming out the top like a freight train. Reminiscent of missing my signal right here for the short. Pretty darn disappointing. Incidentally, we're making those new highs here in the, so these are, every time they do this, there's a new, if you want to, buy into the 12 to 1 stat, there's an example. Every time. Yeah. What a bummer, huh? Right there, one tick. Now, granted, this is not astronomically far, but 36 to 43. 7 handles. And I don't see any coming back soon, and I would have to stop and think pretty long and hard about that. It would be a signal and I would need to take it, but I wouldn't be that warm and fuzzy about it. Would I? Oh man, come on. Yeah, I'd say this is slimming down here. Until probably 1 o'clock. They're gonna keep pushing it up higher and higher and higher. There you go. Oh, maybe I'll go take a shower and wake up here. That might do something for me. I'm about ready to doze off here. What do we got now? You gonna pull back and then thank everybody, or what you gonna do? Well, I think there needs to be some way I can figure out directional movement too, Like this is just a consolidation and Waste of freaking time. If it got down to and gave me a trigger, would I think that was valid? Or would I expect to get stopped that it was going to swing on around to the IB, to the POC? That would be a hard one to take. Not that it's, not that it's indicating it's going to do any of those things, but you see my point. There's a POC just below the IB and developing value area high. Even if they rotated down here and got the signal, it's awful close, huh? That's actually a filter that I should work into my backtesting. When do they happen? And you can do that because of the time. Well, I think I'm going to go shower and put this medicine in my eyes. And of course, the second I do, it'll just rip absolutely. This real reduced volume and maybe ATR of 1 or something, that's spooky. Spooky. Got that naked VPOC, NVPOC up there, and yeah, high of this last micro composite. $220. What's happening in La La Land. So the 3-year note auctions. I'm guessing his worship is through for a while. Not until 2 o'clock. He's got a swearing in ceremony of the Indian ambassador. I wonder which one of his good old boys that's gonna be. Got no idea. Well, we're going to get down here and get a signal if we're not careful, and then I'm going to be really stuck in the middle as to what the hell to do. If it happens. And maybe it won't. It doesn't have far to go. Down to here. What will I do here? Maybe nothing. We didn't get very far around this fractal or this distribution, and we needed to get here. You know? And we didn't. I want to see something here. Okay. Trying to figure out a way to jump back and forth quickly without having a issue over there. Yeah, come on, man. Son of a gun. Son of a gun. God damn it. Boy, I'll tell you, isn't that something? Look at here. I don't know what that is, half a tick or something, and here's a tick. And there we go. Pretty darn disappointing. I guess you could say that that was the low volume node. No, never got there either. Beats the hell out of me. It's something. It certainly was something that they all liked. Besides me. Well. I'm gonna go hit the shower and try to get revitalized a little bit here. That's just disappointing. Now, of course, the second I go step in there, it's gonna zip down here to the developing value area high and IB, and then rip to the top. It's the joy of trading. Couldn't have gotten one more push lower. Oh no, of course not. There's a way to tell how much that volume is. Really disappointing. These stair step crap like this and not pulling back to a level is not giving me any place to get in. I'm likely to end up closing the day out here with this loss, which is neither here nor there. I put a trade on when I was supposed to and it didn't work. And look at it. This was a long, no, this was a short. This would have been, timing was a little different, would have been a scratch, you know, or whatever. Now it's just off the moon, so I'm gonna go shop. Well, bah humbug. I hope you're on it, and remember the 12 to 1 stat. What else to say? I'm gonna go get a little rest of my eyes, get some fresh air. Soft focus my eyes, and you know, all that stuff.
Well, here we are in power hour and no trigger. That's amazing. Wow, what a bummer. A, B, and no trigger all the way up. Look at that. Huh. Gap and go, huh? Boy, that would have been the killer right there, huh? Take a signal there and just get long and sit on it. That's pretty disappointing. But that's not the rules, so there you go. Well, so there you are. And here would be the rules. A, B, one more tick right here, and I was standing here ready with my finger on the trigger. Wow. That's not how it works. So that's not what happened. And I took one trade and a stop. And a stop. Pretty disappointing. Anyway, so getting back to why I'm like this and why this is the situation and why I stick to my back test. And what's going on now? Well, this is just irritating. I don't know why that thing keeps doing that. But I don't like it much. I thought I was going to get away from all that with well, this doesn't want to work very good right now. And that's really irritating. Yeah, so here's the back test. Excuse me. Back test chart and the rules. And why I stick to what I'm doing. As long as the back test is within the results are within my parameters and statistics, then there's nothing to change. Well, my eyes driving me crazy. These are the rules. There's no interaction between this signals and this chart. This is just to be able to confirm over here. Visually confirmation. Visually confirm the signals are happening when they're supposed to. And there's not, we had one short right here. A, B, C, that'd be trigger, and now what's going on? Hey. So the way the back testing works and why I believe in it. That's how long it takes to back test. And these are the results you get. Oh, yeah. Well, anyway. So let's set up the back test, and I'll show you how this works. This is for 500 days. This is going to back test the ES, 2 contracts, over 500 days. Trading days. How long do you imagine that's going to take? Well, there you go. It's going to take 5 seconds. It tested 718 trades, 373 long, 345 short. Now this is, I got to set up get the parameters back in sync here, and these are the, and I'm getting real tired of that. I'm not sure what's going on, but I don't like it much. I can tell you that right now. So this is the basic consolidation. Here's the detail. This is every trade. Well, this is not playing right at all. I'm about ready to get mad here in a minute. There's every trade over every minute from back in December 11th, 2023. Every trade and the results, every the exit type, the entries, etc. And this is a consolidated summary, which is pretty interesting for me. This shows the number of longs, the number of shorts, the number of wins, the number of losses, the number of consecutive wins in a row, losses in a row, average winner and average loser. And if you know how to do expectancy calculations and that stuff, this is all the parameters that you need to do that. What I did over the weekend was so these are the results of 16 back tests for 500, each one of them 500 days. They end up trading out 493 days. And here's each one of the back tests with fully detailed, expectancy, number of scratches, number of win, number of loss, total trades, winners, losers, profit factor, RR ratio, trades a day, and then consistent winners and losers in a row, long and short, and the profit, long profit, short profit. Yeah, we could look at some other metrics probably, but I think that's probably enough to get an idea of what to do. So here is the basic trade that I do every day. If you make a copy of this, the way you decipher it is 12 tick stop. T1 is 12 ticks. T2 is 48 ticks. There's no break even or any kind. Don't move the stops. Don't do anything. Expect to make $102,000. Win rate is 52. Loss rate is 57. Expectancy is 206. Risk reward ratio is 2.23. And there's everything you want to see. Then there's some changes where, for example, 12 ticks, 12 and 12, and you're going to move the trigger at 12 ticks positive. When we get this scale, a T1, when we get the T1 scale, in other words, when we hit 12 ticks positive, it brings the stop to entry or break even. Quite a big difference. The best, I think. Anyway, so that's, I'm having a hell of a time seeing. I don't know what's wrong with my eyes today, but this is the way I think it's important to approach trading as a statistical business. First, you vet and properly. Now, the next thing I'll start working on the next setup, and I'll do the same exact thing for the next setup. I'll keep going with this a little bit longer here until I determine what I think is the best approach. This is actually the best one. There's considerably more losers than winners. It's got the highest risk reward ratio. It's got the second highest expectancy. Excuse me. And the highest return. Interesting. 30. This is a no trailing stop. 12 tick stop. 36 tick profit target, and a 48 tick or T1 and a 48 tick T2. That's amazing. But you've got to be able to take 11 consistent stops in a row. 11. That would be pretty tough to swallow. Especially if you got them before you got these. So that's how I do it. And that's the way I believe you need to approach trading, and why I trade the way I do during the day. I got the signals and I took the trade. Now remember, this is the IB high. Excuse me. We started out the day started out the gap looking to close, right? So there's the A, B, and the C. And the trigger, I mean. And you see the trade right here. A, B, trigger. Instant stop. What time was that trade? 11:02. Right here. Right there. This trigger was the first trigger of the lot. This one I missed, which was the real annoying, the perfect trigger in sequence, that I stepped away for 1 second and came, or well, 30 seconds, and came back, and it was over with, and we're down here. And I don't chase it. So as a result, I didn't get this trade, which would have been the perfect one. And I took this one as it was qualified, stopped immediately, and then haven't gotten a good one. Haven't gotten a long trade yet. All right. We'll do the daily recap and take it into the close here. And remember, 2 o'clock, it's potential political risk here. If I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly. Yeah, swearing in this guy up here, which means there's a real opportunity for a lot of off the cuff comments that could have some impact here. Rounding the final curve here in a minute, right there. All right, so I'm going to take this into 1500 when I'm going to close the stream down, as I do every day. Thanks for moseying by. I'll be back on every morning at 8 o'clock, and we'll hopefully have a better day than today. I had one trade, one loss, one stop, and no signals, but definitely a missed signal, which was a winner, of course, like usual. So yeah, let's look at the. There's what we did today. Here's the. There's the whole session. Well, pretty quick anyway. There we go. This is, remember, Blue Boy is just a vertical line I slap on the first print of every session. And there we are. Didn't close the gap, turned around and traded up. Again, here's our, these are the micros. This is the ES, NASDAQ, micro composite chart, and the market profile over here. Now, what will I do here? This is kind of a quandary for me because typically I only include overlapping prices in the micro composite, and this is not one. We had a gap and didn't close, so this will be the last of this micro composite, and we'll see what happens tomorrow after today. These are the minis. Okay, we'll have the market on close imbalance at 1450. Let's take a look at the news. What we can expect for tomorrow, what we got on deck for tomorrow. Even less. We had 2 today. We've only got 1 speaker tomorrow. That's doesn't say much, does it? Earnings, we have not much. It's pretty much wrapped up again. This is for the whole week. And remember that this is my this is a free version of investing.com, which is the old news that I'm kind of used to. Used for quite a while. And the newer one for me, Financial Juice, which is also free, has a similar docket feature over here, but more of a squawk box on this side. And this is where the market on close orders are supposed to show up if they do. Last couple of times last week didn't show at all. We didn't get any. Beats me. These guys are just winging it. Winging it completely. I heard a real interesting thing. The relatives of several cabinet meetings are going around to companies who have paid tariffs, companies that may or may not be a little bit strapped for money, that have paid tariffs to import stuff, and they're buying their tariff tokens at a certain number of pennies or cents on the dollar. Now, so that they're making a bet on the Supreme Court ruling against the tariffs. Now there's one for you, huh? That's pretty interesting. This current bunch we got back in the White House, they're so busy thinking up ways to scam, grab money that I can't even keep track of it. But that's where they are. So this is what we have coming up for the tomorrow and the week, and yeah, it's great, just crazy. Let's see how we close it out here. See what we get for market on close and imbalance, and then we'll take it into the top of the hour, and I'll sign off for another fun-filled trading day and be back at 8 o'clock in the morning. Remember that these streams last for basically 7 hours. Live, non-stop, direct, transparent, and accountable. This is a live, funded AMP futures trading account. I start every morning at 8 o'clock with a introduction, pre-market, set up book map and the levels, bring the statistics in for the relative price levels based on the open type, and then we trade them all day. So there you go. We got about 10 minutes now for 15 till the market on close, imbalance, and we'll see how that turns out. Oh, man. Yeah, it's killing me. Interesting day. Not a very fun one, particularly. I had 2 or 3 missing that one Missing that one particular trade right there. Really disappointing. That was the setup. There's the A, B, and there's the setup. There's the trigger. Now, it wasn't certainly as grandiose a maneuver as the back trade the other direction, but it would have been fine and would have been a nice winner to targets. I didn't have any setup for the short. I mean, for the long, which is really too bad, but that's the way it works. I'm still kind of don't believe that, but see here would be the long. Here would be the long signals, right? Here and here, but there's no A. The A signal, there was only one A signal way back over here. And that, by the rules of the system, which I kind of have to manually do here, this A signal, this would be reset to 0 because of this trade that got short and got stopped. Oh, wait a minute. Am I full of crap? No, I'm not. There's the one I missed. There's the one I took and got stopped. So that means that right there, this A has been canceled. So this B means nothing, and nor do these triggers. Now let's get over here and see if I missed something on the other side. Then we cross over and get up to the IB high. There's an A and a B, and absolutely no trigger until into the end of the day until now. I'll review this again when I can look tighter, But and I'm really over this damn thing. I'm pretty much over this thing not working right. So 10 minutes till the market on close. Imbalance. So here we go. Hi ho, here we go. 8 minutes. It's probably a good time to point out that if I get organized here, 6:42. It's important to point out here that the most critical piece of hardware you have in your trading office is you. Is that person sitting on your side of the monitor. Stop and think about all the time and effort you put into picking monitors and software and setups and internet stuff, mixers, whatever else you have. And all of that data is processed by your eyes and your brain. And it decides to make financial statements which impact your family and you. And it's probably the least, or at least a lot of people don't pay much attention to that. And you need to be, it's really important to take good care of yourself. Be hydrated, be well rested, don't be on emotional tilt. Get out every day at some point, once or twice through the trading day, and let your eyes focus down on the horizon and get some natural light. Instead of just staring at the monitors for hours at a time, and with your short focus eye muscles in complete intention. And keep your health up. If you're depending on whatever kind of office you've got, get up and do some squats while you're watching the monitors, or do some push-ups, or whatever you can do. It's really important to do that. Leave the cat alone. She's going to come torture the guy. He sneaks into my office to sleep peace and quiet, and Mom sneaks in here and gets him. So it's real important to take care of yourself. That's something I feel obliged to say every day. I try to do that. And I have, hey, sleepy boy. I normally get out in the middle of the day, and I can get about 3 miles in an hour. Today I didn't because of the trading situation, but every weekend I get 10 or 12 miles, and it's really important. Take care of yourself. And 5 minutes till I'm marking on close. And I probably forgot something. I don't know what. One thing that's important to remember is that win rate by itself is just nothing but clickbait. YouTube clickbait. It's meaningless. Win rate, taken in context, is really important. It's part and parcel of the formula for calculating expectancy. But these YouTube guys that come on and try to con you into thinking some great, use this indicator and you're going to get an win rate of 90% or whatever, is meaningless. If your risk-reward ratio is upside down, you can have a 95% win rate and go broke in a handful of trades. So don't fall for all that stuff, and be sure you understand those things. If you don't, look into them. Get, Google somewhere, or ask me here, or whatever else it is. But the formula for expectancy is to your win rate, okay, times your average winner, minus your loss rate times your average loser. Now you have the expectancy, and you want to make sure that you have that over a large enough sample size that it's statistically meaningful or significant. And you want to be sure it's outside the possibility of random distribution. Otherwise, it's meaningless, even if you do the calculation properly. And random distribution is real simple. We know that this is a random environment. We know that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50 because it's only binary. It can only go up and only go down. So if you flip a coin, you know that it's also 50-50. I don't think anybody's surprised if you flip a coin 10 times and you get more heads than tails, or vice versa. That's random distribution. That's when the back test, when I'm talking about, you know, consecutive losers in a row, that's random distribution. You flip the coin 1,000 times, you're going to get pretty close to 50-50. You flip the, you know, you take these trades however many times, and you're going to approach your win rate. But you're going to, and your expectancy, but you have to be prepared for and aware of the fact that you could have consistent, consecutive winners and losers in a row, and that's random distribution. So, at about a minute and a half here, and look at these guys going out. Man, I'm so disappointed I didn't get a signal anywhere. I'm going to have to scrutinize this, go through this carefully, and see if I missed one like I did. Like I know what happened here. I'd stepped out of the office and just came back in about a minute and a half or 2 minutes, and that signal had happened. That is exactly the trigger. And then it was down here. I'm not going to chase it or FOMO it, you know. So that's off the table. But boy, that's disappointing. Would have been lovely. And I'll closely scrutinize this again, but I don't see any long trades this afternoon today by the signal, by my system, which is just a back-tested system of the IB trades, the 2 IB trades, a continuation or the failure for the high, and failure and continuation for the low. That's all, those 4 trades. What I'll do now is I'll run that over just today, and I have the ability over here. I can push the system results to this chart, and it'll plot them right here. That might be kind of interesting, actually. Let's see what happens. Let's just go 1 day. Wow. Well, this thing is just dragging really bad, and I don't know why. Huh. Okay, let's back test that and see what we get. It says there's 2 long trades and 1 short. So I missed something according to these signals. Let's see what that is. That's pretty disappointing, actually. The fortunate part about it is we can look exactly. Well, that's just irritating, man. Huh. Wow. Well, that's the correct winners and the correct losers amount. Says we have 2 winning trades and 1 losing trade. Well, there you are. Now, if you want to do this manually, here are the trades. Well, this sucks. I don't know whether this is the mouse, the new mouse I've got here, or what the deal is, but this sucks like crazy. So this is 2 winners and 1 loser. At what times were they? Let's get rid of that. Wow, I don't know what is wrong with IRT, or the new mouse is not working, or what. But it's this is painful. completely painful. So we had a short at 9:55, T1 at 56, T2 at 10:01. Well, did we? 9:55, huh? Ah, yes, that's the one that I missed right there. Exactly. The next one is 11:11, and I think you're going to discover that that's the one that I took right over here and got stopped on immediately, and that's correct. And the third one is the one that I'm really interested in because that says it's long at 12:01. Where in the hell was that? Oh, you're right. There's A, there's B, and there's 12:01. Right? So why did I not see this trade? I was standing here the whole time, right? I believe. There's A, there's B, and there's a trigger. And that trigger bar happened at 12:02, yeah. So it gets done at 12:01. Well, there you go. And that would have been that would have gone to T1 and T2. So, yeah, stupid. How I didn't see this signal after all the conversation. I am obviously not firing on all cylinders today. So that's a real oversight on my part. That's an error. Why, instead of being down 1Trade, which is this one short right here that was a stop, I should be up on 2. So this is, 60, 120, 24. Basically 96, should be up 96 ticks right here. Now, something else you can do. Oh, son of a bitch. I don't want this. Something else that I can do. Boy, this is really painful. I don't know what the hell is going on here, but I'm not liking it much. Jesus. Well, there was no market on close orders. It amounted to a hail of beans, that's for sure. This is what we have for market on close over here, so I probably wasn't showing you this, but these are the 3 trades I should have had today. Instead, I got one short, I had one stop. And I can't explain, I got no explanation for why this thing is working so crazy. But it's pretty freaking annoying, I'll tell you that much. I don't know what to do. I don't know whether to just get my old mouse back out and see if that's got something to do with it. I can't believe it. I've switched to a brand new wired Logitech, some 205G Hero or X Master or whatever, 205 something like that, which is their latest wired gaming mouse. Wow. Yeah, so market on close. Let's look at that. This is too painful for words here. And again, no market on close orders. Nothing. Mm-mm. He's smoking crack. Inflation is almost 3%. It's gone the wrong way. Wow. The lowest inflation has gotten is 2.1 or 2.2% until they took office and started all this tariff stuff. And it's now over a 3%. It's just incredible that they just very confidently and with a straight face just quote fictitious numbers. I don't know what the thinking is. I really don't get it. I'm sorry I looked, honest with you. Well, there's no market on close order, so there you are. What did that say? I thought I saw something about that. Hold on. Market on close, market on open and in close is under maintenance and will not be reported today. Okay, well, there you go. All right, well, I didn't do very well. We're over with. The session's over with in 30 seconds. Go take care of yourself. I'm going to go through each one of these trades now and see what the hell I was up to. I very definitely know I missed this first trade right here. I took this trade and got stopped, and I missed the trade up here. That's really poor of me. I really apologize to myself and to you guys, but this is my stream, right? And it's my money and my family and my income, so pretty big deal. And there we go. Market on close done. I'm going to get outside and rest my eyes. Look back at this and see what the hell happened. Here's something that we can do if you're interested. I can take the chart now and send it to, I can send the backtest system to the chart. And I will do so like this. So there they are. There's the first winner. There's the first one that I missed, the target, or the trade that I know I missed. Here's the trade I took and scratched, and here's the one I missed seeing this afternoon. 3, there they are. Plotted just perfectly on the backtest chart. So there you go. Pretty disappointing, huh? It sure as hell is to me. All right, I will take care of yourself. I will close the stream down now and see you back here, let's hope, at 8 o'clock in the morning. Thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate it. It's really nice to have, it's a lonely business, you know. It's nice to have some camaraderie and some feedback. All the best. Have a great night.